Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Demon Souls. Apologies for the slight delay. I know I'm half an hour late, but yeah. Plans got kind of shuffled around again. We had to cancel raid last night, unfortunately. There was another IRL issue of one of our members, which, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Sometimes those things happen, like, frequently back to back, and yeah. I do hope that we'll somehow be able to reclaim that evening, but obviously it needs to line up with everybody's schedule. So we'll see about that, but as long as nothing else comes in between us and the raid, we should be able to go back into the Omega Protocol tomorrow evening, hopefully. Either way, until then, we're back in Demon Souls. Last we left off, we were able, or I was able to clear out this Archstone, the third one. Went to Appalatria, through the Ivory Tower, which, well, once you're through Appalatria, the last bit of the level isn't really that extensive anymore, but it was really, really interesting. It looks really cool. However, the bosses really weren't that much of a challenge. I did talk about that quite extensively last time, but I do think that the double boss was fine. The last one's a bit disappointing, though I do suspect there's something to it where maybe he can call in allies. I was thinking about that. Maybe he can call in allies or something. I mean, actual players, right, that would fight alongside him. Maybe there is a way to do that. Would be funny if I tried it, but, well, at least as of now, I don't really want to PvP with this character. PvE, sure, right, helping others with bosses, but not PvP as such. Well, now I'm still left with one struggle, which is I would desperately like to change up my my gear, but I don't think there's any real way of doing that currently, unless, I mean, trusty longsword, it's a good weapon, but not the most interesting one. Trouble is, I can't really change to another one as easily. I guess I could try to potentially farm for other upgrades. Right, so at least this looks cool. I can use this now. However, I cannot upgrade it. Let's try it one more time though. And then I also got, was it this one? At least deals magical damage and had the magical requirement. No, I think it was this one, right? The Mercury Rapier. Deals a little bit of damage, a little bit of magic damage, a little bit of fire damage. Scales with dexterity, however. But obviously I could level that up. Yeah.
You have a heart of gold.
Let me see. So, penetrating sword. I can use it now from my stats. Certainly has a higher range than the weapon that I'm currently using. The let's double check. It only does physical damage, so it does not have any sort of magical component to it. I could just focus on dexterity going forward, so that would work. I'm pretty sure if I were to double-hand it, I could also quite easily do my usual boss setup, where I, you know, reduce my armor slightly in order to be able to fast roll. so that would be a thing. The only problem is I can't upgrade it, and currently it's just not dealing as much damage as the longsword does, which is kind of sad to think about. And then we have the Mercury Rapier. Pretty sure that the range of this one, well, it might be... I mean, yeah, it has the advantage of being able to use it behind the shield, right? Which technically, considering that I was going to do a shield run, is a much better weapon choice. I really don't like the normal attack of the rapiers, though. Stabby stab. It's really not. Really not what I would like to do. Man, it would be so cool to be able to use the penetrating sword, but... Penetrator? Is it called... No, it's called penetrating sword, right? Either way, yeah, he cannot upgrade it at all. He can't even upgrade the other one. The rapier.
I can tell you're not going to last.
I don't want to double check this all the time, but I'm just so confused how you're supposed to be doing that right now. Although, wait a second. Sorry, but I want to see one thing. Although, pretty sure I already saw that last time. So if I take, in terms of the souls, these are all warrior souls, or human souls, I suppose.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
And then we have... The other souls all have a special name, right? Lead Demon, Iron Demon, Silver Demon, so on and so forth. If I take them with me...
You have a heart of gold.
I don't really think this is going to do anything. I would be very surprised if it does, because I'm pretty sure last time I talked to him, I had the exact souls, or like all of the boss's souls with me. Although maybe there is a...
You want to, don't you agree?
I don't know, maybe there is a way to somehow change the... Somehow that's always a scary fall.
If it be a blacksmith.
Mercury Stone Shot. So I could upgrade this one. Huh. Yeah. And this one needs a colorless demon soul. And it only increases the scaling, which makes it even, well, not worse. You know, if you do level dexterity, I'm sure you can get quite good damage out of the weapon, but where the hell do you get a colorless demon soul? I like how the game just presents you with this menu as well, yet, so, yeah, sure, get a colorless demon soul and you can upgrade your weapon, but you have absolutely no clue where the hell you could get that. I'm trying to remember if there was maybe some sort of hint or a conversation or something that I had at some point that would point me in the right direction. I don't know. Because maybe there's a way where you can trade in the... I was thinking about maybe trading in the boss weapons, boss souls, for colorless demon souls, but I wouldn't know where that could be possible. I mean, I haven't really met that many people, right? A couple merchants here and there, but that's about it. I mean, I would really, really like to use it, but the damage is so much worse, right? And I could even upgrade this further. I mean, currently this does what? 152 plus 44, so almost 200 damage versus 119 on this one. That's just not worth it currently. As cool as it would be to use it. Yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm wasting my own time here. I want to go to the next Archstone now, so maybe... Typically, the game does present you with new options whenever you do look at one of the other Archstones. Although, that was only really the case here, right? In the smithing grounds, where you get the other smith. For all the other options, not really. And I feel like I'm on a wild sort of goose hunt and really just don't know where to go to. Yeah, and they don't react to me having demon souls at all.
Oh, deep, will you continue to pray?
Yeah. I don't know.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
Let's just put the stuff away again so that I don't accidentally use it and continue with the game. I wish there was... I mean, I could upgrade this one, but it's, I think, pretty much... wait, let's double check. I think it's pretty much the exact same sword as I'm currently using, just looks different. Slightly weightier, has a slight higher durability. DECD, but that's unupgraded, right? I mean, I could just start upgrading it since the stuff that I would need to upgrade... Well, I don't have souls currently, but... It might have ever so slightly higher damage than my current sword, right? And yeah, I don't really need the upgrade materials for if I wanted to use the penetrating sword at some point. So maybe I'm just gonna try that. I don't fully remember if these were the starting stats from the other sword as well. Pretty sure if I were to upgrade this to +9, at least it would be a different... Like, it looks pretty cool, right, in comparison. This looks very, very normal, and at least this has the, like, nice handle and stuff. Just gonna keep it in my inventory for now. Oh yeah, also I wanted to... I'm probably gonna stay on the Thief Ring. The Providential Ring, I really don't know how much it does. I mean, obviously it's difficult to say, but I feel like I've definitely missed a ton of potential drops from enemies, right? So, at least in Latria, at some point one of the flying gargoyles dropped their crossbow. So you can definitely get a bunch of things from enemies, I think. Obviously I don't know, but there are definitely drops you can get. But I've been wearing this ring, I think, for most of the game, and feel like I haven't really gotten that much. Now, maybe I just got unlucky, or maybe there just isn't that much to get. I don't know. But either way, in both cases, the ring itself wouldn't really be, you know, that great. So I think I'm just gonna switch to this one, just to obtain more souls. I mean... It'll just help out, right? I still don't really have that many uses for the other rings that I own. One last double check. If I wanted to upgrade this, I would need a Heartstone shot, which I think I can buy from the merchant I just talked to, right in front of the smith in the mines. Yeah.
No interest, I can tell you're not going to last.
Oh well, anyways. Also apologies if my camera turns, you know, like this, or quickly like this, because the controller's fucked up a bit, but oh well. Oh right, this archstone's broken. This is lost. Oh, that's the message on the ground. I thought there was something on the archstone itself. I do remember people speculating about this. I think before the game released whether or not they would insert this back into the game. I think, at least according to speculation, it was cut from the original. But yeah, I mean, it's still not here, which is a bit of a shame, but obviously it does add at least a touch of interest to this whole setup in the Nexus, because you're, well, asking yourself, why is it destroyed, right? Why isn't it? Who did that and why? But, hey, Crimson, welcome back. Oh, they must have a serious business going on. And I guess also whoever lights them. Although that might be the Maiden in Black. It is one of those environmental details where they definitely went a little bit insane.
You'll find something.
I think it works here because, well, the game in and of itself is pretty crazy in a lot of ways in terms of its atmosphere, so it's pretty cool. Also, technically, they could be magical candles, right? We don't know. I mean, maybe they're a bit like in Harry Potter or something, where they're just burning for all eternity. Although I guess in that case, they wouldn't make that much money off of them if they only ever sell them once and then they just burn forever. It doesn't make sense though, right? Because a couple of them are burned down already. Well, slightly concerned by this guy on the Archstone. Wonder what this is going to be about. All the wax, yeah. I mean, that would explain it, certainly. This doesn't really look that inviting. Well, neither do the others, so. The island shrine of the Shadowmen, who worshipped storms and mourned the dead. Since the appearance of the flying storm beasts, the souls of the dead have been lured to the island by its demons, where they are revived by finding purchase in the bosoms of uninhabited skeletons. These descriptions really don't give that much away in terms of what the demons actually want. Because it's hinted at quite a number of times that the demons definitely are looking for some way of harnessing souls, or they're using souls in order to make themselves stronger. I mean, technically in Latria, the heart did the very same, where it kind of looked like it was growing from eating souls, but then it was also spewing forth those weird scorpion things. And why would they put them back into skeletons if it was only about... Because at that point they already had their souls. And that is one thing that we've definitely already established, is that the demons have some, deep issues and troubles. Although, maybe not even... maybe that's not even their own fault, because, well, at least the old one, whatever that is, that was talked about at the start of the game, apparently was raised from its slumber by humans who wanted to somehow utilize its power. And then I think in the case of both the Flame Lurker demon and the Dragon God, they were also kind of disturbed in their lair when humans reached down and dug all the way down to that door to hell. Island Shrine of the Shadow. So the Shadowmen previously were attached to dead people. Well, let's take a look at this. Not socially. Yeah, that's definitely a good way of putting it. Ah, this is one of the scenes from the introduction cutscene, I think. Where you fight alongside some other players. The skeletons are near. The rain honestly, the rain honestly sounds quite calm. You think about that this is supposed to be some sort of very windy, stormy like thing. Had a couple of eagles flying around and some weird manta ray. Probably one of the demons that was talked about in that description. Also, Mr. Skeleton saw me. It is a skeleton, right? I wonder if he's somewhat equal to the blue-eyed... Oh, hello. Nope, he's not. Okay, he's not that strong either, though. That was unexpected. Ooh. For a second there, I thought he still had some, like, muscle flesh on him. But that's not it. That's actually... Or is it? It's a very strange look, right? Because it looks like a skeleton, but then when you take a closer look, it looks as if there's some sort of mummified person in it. And then the outer skeleton shell is in fact made out of metal, and using these red, like, ribbons or cloth is just tied to the actual body. That's a weird setup. Pretty agile, these guys, though. According to the fact that he was rolling towards me. Oh, Kaiba would have a field day with all of these blue-eyed monstrosities that are running around the game. There's a skeleton, yeah. I wonder. I think a lot of people have skeletons inside them. Medieval Terminator is actually a really, really apt description. I'm just slightly confused about... Hello. That was loud. Is that just a... Feels like that might have been some sort of thunder demon making themselves known to me. Either way, what I was going to say is, I'm just a bit confused as to why they would, I don't know, utilize these more artificial skeletons almost? Unless it's, maybe it's because of the rain. Maybe it just looks metal, but they are in fact bones. Although then again, they could technically probably also just be some sort of fortified bone? Not entirely human and or altered. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a magic arrow. Ooh, that's a way longer reach than I had thought. There's quite a number of them. Holy arrow. So they're just a normal, the normal enemies here. I thought because of their blue eyes that they would be, I don't know, like the knights. Soul remains. So they're not exactly strong, but they can definitely overwhelm you if you're not careful. I mean, they're not dealing that much damage to me anymore, but... still. Oh. Interesting. Wait, when did I get this the last time? That's been A while. The echoes of the soul of an ancient hero that lingered where they were put to rest. Lures the soul deprived. So instead of having what others have, which are these actual warrior souls, these guys only have a lingering essence. Which does make sense when we go back to the description of the Archstone, that the souls were essentially already used up or were sucked into this thunder demon here, and then just a tiny bit of essence was put back into them. I wonder if the blue eyes are somewhat signaling that. That these are guys that have been killed. Their souls have been already used up, but then a sort of tiny essence was put back into them to revive them. Whereas the normal quote-unquote enemies, they're just people that have gone mad, but technically are still or were people at some point. That's interesting enemy. Quite unsettling eyes. Electroplated? I mean, it does look like something happened to them, right? That's on... Definitely isn't normal bone. Although with all the little, like, cracks and holes in it, it could be. Maybe it's because of the rain? How would rain interact with bones anyways? It almost reminds me of, like, ocean creatures that also utilize the same sort of material as bones do. Like corals and stuff. Maybe the rain just actually alters. But then why would they use the cloth to tie the bones to themselves? Very curious setup. And we already have a fog gate, though it's probably not going to be a boss, right? There's a giant bird's nest in... No, it probably belongs to the eagles. I would be very surprised if that is somehow connected to the weird manta ray guy thing. Can I hit you guys? No, of course I can't. Let's just quickly grab everything here. Talisman of God. Oh, wait a second. That's for casting miracles. Okay. How the... Oh, you probably have to drop down to that. Or maybe there's a way to go outside of the walls? Yeah, thank you. I'm still so... I don't know. Like, every time I do go into one of these archstones, I'm just so surprised by how they chose to set up this game. Because, I don't know, something about starting it, or with its level structure, with the archstones, you just... I feel it's very, very unintuitive to think that the best way forward, or the best way to approach the game from the beginning, is to basically just go into every one of the archstones and just sort of check out the first bit of the level, right? Don't even go that far in, but check out the first, I don't know, 20% or something of the level, of every level, and then actually proceed forward. It's such a curious choice that they did it this way, that they are kind of, because I wonder how many people that are blind on the game when they go in actually do that. It's such a weird way of establishing things. Because for the longest time, I wondered myself how I would even be able to cast miracles, unless you specifically choose the starting class that allows you to do that. I'm now 50 hours in and wasn't able to cast any miracles at all, even though the guy that's selling them has been there for, well, the entirety of the game so far. And now it's the first time that I actually got something that allows me to cast them. Talisman of God. Handcrafted metal amulet featuring a symbolic depiction of God used to cast miracles. It does? That's a depiction of God. It just looks like, I don't know, hair. Although, it says metallic, right? Or metal amulet, and it looks exactly like the bones from the skeletons. So it kind of confirms that they're also made out of metal, right? Casting miracles requires the following. Miracle must be learned, must be committed to memory, talisman must be equipped, the required MP must be available. So it's exactly like, well, exactly like in Dark Souls and exactly like spells or sorcery. A curious choice. I mean, I'm leveled up quite a bit. I wonder how difficult it would have been to obtain this. Because there's still quite a few skeletons in the way, right? So if you were to come here at the very start of the game, or at least somewhat early, I wonder how easy or difficult it would have been to... Hello. To actually be able to grab them. I wonder if that thing in the air will also attack me at some point. You look like trouble. Is this not a boss fight? He's smoking from his eyes, by the way. Which looks pretty cool. I wonder, maybe I'll... wonder how easily he'll be dealt with. But I think for now I probably... Well, either way, it's probably a good idea to just get rid of the skeletons on the walls first. Hello! I did not expect there to be traps here. That was also a lot more damage than I thought. Yeah, that's a pressure plate. Huh. Interesting. So that's also a thing in Demon Souls. When I first stepped on the plate, I thought that I was gonna fall down or something, but... Interesting. I like how the trees look. Ooh. Ah, the swords, yeah. It did talk about it being a graveyard of swords, right? So it makes sense that all the swords would be here. They're very unwelcoming, but they managed to make them, which I think is definitely a big plus of the remake. At least from the couple of small glimpses of the original that I've seen. But also compared to Dark Souls 1, 2... In terms of the atmosphere, I do like the... Oh, hello. That's a red-eyed one. Can't believe he hasn't attacked me yet. But I think the remake has a certain beauty about it. Like, obviously, all the environments are definitely very unsettling. The atmosphere is quite oppressive most of the time, but there is... I think it's mostly the lighting choices and just the color palette as well that always creates these quite, well, not beautiful, but hauntingly beautiful shots, I guess. Hello, mister. Let's see how difficult you are to deal with. Are you not? Ah, there we go. Okay, he's not dealing that much damage. Need to be careful with my stamina. Ooh. Come here. Don't want you to fall down. Ooh, interesting attack. Pretty cool enemy. I wonder how... Oh, he also drops the soul remains. 6. Wait, why do they give you that much? What's the point of luring them out? I mean, there isn't Crescent Falchion. That's a lot of swords, though. Interesting enemy, though. Isn't dealing that much damage, at least on my current level. But his HP were quite high. Another magical one. One that I could actually... Wait, it scales A with magic, but doesn't have any magical requirement. Interesting. 67, 82, so that's about 149, 164. But that's on multiple different levels. Tantalizing but brutal, yeah. It's a... They've done a really, really great job of realizing these environments, especially with all the background and stuff. I mean, the levels do get more and more, I don't know, dark. And mostly, like, not dark from a color perspective, but dark in theme, sort of thematically darker. As the game moves on, I think Boletaria, especially at the start, while still obviously being quite dark in terms of its atmosphere, is still looks a lot more like a normal kind of castle compared to the later levels. I don't really like the look of it. It's faster though, right? It has this sort of quick step like thing. I'm just gonna stick with my sword for now. Once again, just wondering how over-leveled I am in terms of what level you should be when approaching this level first. Because in comparison, it's just... I'm level 59. In comparison, that's not even that high. Or wouldn't be that high in either Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Well, I guess it would still give you quite an edge over early game enemies. But these definitely don't feel like early game enemies. At least, mostly not. I like the sounds the Manta Ray guy is doing. Sounds like an actual ocean creature. That's just gonna be those soul remains again, I think. Or maybe holy arrows. Oh, hello. Wait, where the hell is that lizard? Maybe there's a way to drop down once you go up to the, What the... Okay. I need to look at that. He's got a... What is that? What's that weird thing on its head? Is he infected with a worm in him? Or is that just part of his head? Does he have like a weird wiggling tail on his... It's not his head, it's his backside. Oh no! Oh fuck. Oh, that's a... That's a mouth, right? It's not actually wings. I mean, it's wings, I guess, but that's an open mouth and a tongue on his back. What the fuck? Okay, that's truly unsettling. Wait, that also means, though, that even though he's already some sort of demon, he must have been possessed by another thing, maybe? Ah, okay. There is another trap here. Pressure plates in the middle. Ooh. On both sides. This would definitely kill you, I think, if you were to step on the middle plate. Copper key. Plain copper key. Lightly coated with mold. Cool. What an insightful description. That's awesome, though. So if I find a door, most likely I'll already be able to open it. Okay, so I think we can go to the left here, where the crystal lizard is. Which is actually a great design choice. I wonder if they placed it there so that you're even made aware of the fact that you can go this way. But I'm also pretty sure that there's no way to get up to it, so you probably have to drop down at some point. He doesn't... Oh, yeah, I'm wearing the thieves ring. That's probably why he doesn't attack me. It is very interesting, though, because just like with the big contraption that was shooting arrows at me in Latria, I think once again they're kind of wanting you to go past the demon to potentially, you know, be able to attack it from behind or something. Ooh. I always forget how quickly they attack after they're rolling. No pressure plates, it seems like. What? Oh. Whoa, that was... I really want to know how the game calculates the amount of stamina it takes away when you're blocking. Because at first, I thought that it was based on... Really? Wait a sec, there's... Okay. That was just my Dark Souls instincts. I'm hitting a wall that looks like it could open, but I didn't think that this game actually contained these walls. Well, I guess now I know. But yeah, in terms of the stamina that's taking, that is taken whenever an enemy attacks you, I thought at first that it was based on the amount of damage they're dealing. But it doesn't seem like that's the... I mean, it could still be the case that there is some sort of basic damage modifier to each attack, right? So let's say an attack does, I don't know, 50 damage. Since I've leveled up quite a bit and my physical resistance is now 185, right? It gets, like, subtracted from that, and so the actual damage that I receive is pretty low. But the amount of stamina that attack takes away is still the same, because it doesn't... I guess the stamina probably doesn't take into account your physical... It probably only takes into account your shield, right? And since I'm using a very big one, it takes away more stamina to block a stronger attack. Which makes shields overall pretty useless, right? Especially in later... I guess they're more for early game then? Unless you're using the parry. Because they don't actually give you any advantage against higher level enemies, I guess. It's a weird choice either way. I don't know. It's just crazy to think that the attacks that these guys do, like, they take away, what, 10% of my health, if at all? But if I block them, they're taking away, I don't know, 50% of my stamina, even though I've got more stamina level than I do HP. So yeah, it's a very, very strange choice. I think... Ah, this must be the way to go up to that bird's nest, right? Where does this lead? Okay, so this bit behind that demon. Interestingly enough, the level looks quite small, doesn't it? but maybe it goes down quite a bit. Okay. So that's the guy that wasn't shooting at me. Oh, shit. Thought I could maybe hit him. Light arrow, compound, longbow. Okay. Okay, aside from the crazy demon, there's a couple of items down there in the courtyard. And there is a well, so maybe the level does in fact continue down. And there is a way to get into the well. There's a bunch of skeletons around. Yeah, there's definitely a mouth on his backside. Ew. It very much reminds me of the ape from Sekiro that was taken over by that worm thing. Just that, in the case of Sekiro, it was a normal ape, albeit a big one, that got turned undead. Whereas here, it's already a demon-like creature that just became more demon-like, I guess. I know that sound. Ah. That is a familiar sound if you've played Dark Souls. Okay, that's the crystal lizard.
You scary. Give sparkly me. Give twinkly me. You trade. Give me sparkly twinkly.
Non-descriptive as always. Sparkly twinkly, huh? Okay, so that's... I don't know what to make of this. I mean, it's cool that it is in Demon Souls, but I am questioning, the further I go into this game, the more Dark Souls literally just seems like a copy and pasted game. At least in a lot of ways. Obviously not, like, the level structure is different, the enemies are different, yeah. But Dark Souls really does seem like a Demon Souls 2. It has the exact same characters, exact same concepts, exact same level ideas. What a weird and curious choice. Either way, in Dark Souls, you meet these guys in, I think, the... Aren't they close to the first... What's it called? The prison to the north, where you wake up, right, at the start of the game. I think you can later go back to it, and there's a bird's nest off to the side of the cliff somewhere. But you can physically go towards it and drop not enemies, drop items into it. So I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work here. Do I just drop them in front of him? Twinkly Sparkly. I'm trying to remember what you could trade with them in Dark Souls. Oh, they're also in Dark Souls 2. I just remembered. Also, quite early on. In Dark Souls 2, I think they trade you some rarer weapon upgrade materials. Okay, I found one of these. Technically, that's a twinkling stone. Ah, there you go. Okay. So they do confirm that for you. Interesting. Okay. So it works the same in that regard. Wait, let me drop it again. So, yeah, if it works the exact same as it does in Dark Souls, I would either have to quit out of the game and reload, or go back to the Nexus and come back to the level. So I think I'm going to try that later on. I mean, they're not too far away. I think you can get here quite easily, right? So I can try that later on. That's very interesting. If you could trade with them, I wonder if these guys give you the colorless demon souls. Although I don't know what you would have to trade in for that. Oh. Okay, Moon Shadestone Shot. I can't get over how similar this is to Dark Souls in so many ways. Yet Dark Souls is like a much later game, technically. Why were people not more, or were they? Honestly, this makes me want to go back and read Dark Souls reviews, because I wonder what people said back then. I actually don't really remember if they were complaining that it was literally a copy of Demon Souls. What I do remember is that people were speculating about Dark Souls being FromSoft's way of getting out of Sony's contract, right? Because Demon Souls was PlayStation 3 exclusive. And they wanted to go multi-platform. But it's so strange to me just how insanely similar Dark Souls is to this game. And then also, what's even more confusing about that is how much of a gaming staple and classic Dark Souls has become, even though it is just a copy of this game in a lot of ways. I don't know. And honestly, looking back at playing Dark Souls, I would say that they definitely made some steps forward with it compared to Demon Souls, but they also took an equal amount of steps back, at least. Now, obviously, I haven't completed this game yet, so my comparison is still incomplete, but I think that the latter half of Dark Souls, at least the last third of the game, is really, really bad. Like, it feels like they just rushed through it. It's very uninspired. It's all over the place in terms of tone and level design. The boss design gets worse and worse as you go on, with maybe a few exceptions here and there. The amount of content is bigger, arguably, I think, in Dark Souls than it is here, at least if the remaining 2 Archstones are equally as long as the ones that I've already completed, then I would say Dark Souls has more content. I think it also has more weapon choices and stuff. But still, it's definitely not... I don't know, it must just be the, I guess, environment in which Dark Souls thrived, right? Is because it was multi-platform. A lot more people got to experience it compared to Demon Souls, and so that's why it became a classic, whereas Demon Souls kind of didn't. I mean, I do think that a lot of people probably look at Demon Souls, you know, as the, I don't know, that weird origin story of Dark Souls, whereas it's kind of the other way around in reality, right? This is the proper first really, really cool game, and then Dark Souls is kind of the weird, not fully finished cousin that just took all of its concepts and had, as the only real advantage to it, you know, was that it was multi-platform and not stuck on the PlayStation 3 that not that many people had. Also, just as a side note, this is the only way to continue if you don't want to fight the big demon in the courtyard, I think. Just once again, I don't know how easy it would be to just happen across the fact that you can get rid of the wall. Maybe you might just accidentally hit it or something, but... Hello, I see you. Huh. I wonder how much of a design choice it was to give them blue eyes. Ooh, yeah, they can... Interesting. They're placed in a way where they can kind of... I fall down here? Oh, there we go. Another one. Yeah, they can trap you in between them if you're not careful. Because you can't really run past them. Crescent moon grabs. That's the low-level stuff, though. Holy shit, the floor is dark here. Oh! Hi! Who the hell are you? Oh, that's just an open door. I have a feeling the key that I found might open this. There's no way to talk to this guy beforehand, though. Oh, hi. You look healthy for being in a prison cell in this strange environment.
You saved me. Heavens, I can't believe I fell for that trap. I suppose I owe you now. I'm Blige, a grave robber. It's thanks I can provide you with useful goods. Who couldn't do with a little help down in these parts?
Okay, grave robber, huh? Well, that explains why he's here.
This shrine was used in a ghastly ritual by an ancient tribe. They had long perished, and now the demons have put the souls to work.
Oh.
At least here you're killing things that are already dead, like skeletons and shadow lurkers. That's what I like about this place. Better than killing those poor soul-starved humans, right?
A grave robber with a conscience. Interesting. Okay, so I guess that means the weird Shadow Man figure that you can see on the Archstone itself, that's not actually who we fight here, right? Those guys were here long ago and are now all dead. The only things that remain are the revived skeletons? Okay. Huh.
Better than killing those poor soul-starved humans.
Let's see. Half moon grass, late moon grass. I still think that this is quite expensive compared to the amount of souls you gain from enemies. Don't you think? He also sells the sticky white slime. Cloudstone shard. Scimitar, fellowship, short bow, long. Oh, he sells quite a lot. Leather cap, leather armor, barbarian. Huh. Interesting. He sells a couple of things that Patches sells. I wonder if they kind of belong together. Or have traveled together at some point. I don't necessarily think that I'm going to be able to ask him about it, but I mean, who knows, huh? Oh, let's just grab one thing with him, just so that he's not disappointed that I didn't buy anything.
Satisfied? I'll have more for you next time. May we have a long and fruitful relationship.
You're just gonna hang out here? In the prison cell? I mean, I guess it's one of the safest places here, actually, but... yeah. Interesting choice. Did he fall in here, though? Nah, not really. That metal caging doesn't really look like it would open. At least not in a trapdoor kind of way. Another one of those strange concepts. So most of the levels actually do have merchants in them, right? You get pretty much like a merchant per level, if you will. Sometimes it's like the merchants move. Oh, there we go. Did not actually expect to touch the pressure plate. I thought I was walking past it, but... Oh, the rain falling down on the wood. It's a pretty cool sound. There we go. It's a very small mouth on the backside, though. What a weird kind of guy. Whoa! Hello! That wasn't fair. So they do attack you. Interesting. Huh. What the fuck even was that? That's like a big crystal shot or something. Crystal magic shot, maybe? Oh boy. Let's just use all four of them. Okay. So you do need to be careful when they're very close. Don't really think they're going to be doing much more than that, though, but... I mean, I have the thieves ring on me, so I don't know how easily he would notice me. Okay, this time he did not. Oh, there we go. That didn't deal damage, did it? Huh. So it's not magic? Weird. Nice animation, though. Also, I found a pretty cool weapon, I think. Let's go down into cover. Uchigatana. Oh no, it's a... Wow, wait, so... That's interesting. A lot of the weapons in this game require way more strength than dexterity in order to be able to wield them. But then they're always scaling off of dexterity. So I guess it's quite beneficial to level both. If you want to go with a more physical focus build. Huh. Which actually brings up a couple of questions in terms of build choices. I wonder if this game maybe didn't really, because it does feel what I mentioned earlier in terms of in comparison to Dark Souls with the amount of content that it has. I think that maybe they just didn't really have that many build choices back in Demon Souls. So I wonder if the only real choice is either going ranged magical and or ranged in general, or, you know, sort of more of a physical weapon melee type build. But not necessarily strength or dexterity. You would just level both. It does make enemies bleed, though, much like the katanas in Elden Ring, for example. Very low durability. A finely etched katana forged in a distant land with a long black blade that is heavier than it appears. Has an extremely powerful attack and causes bleeding, but is fragile and easily nicked. Okay. How very, very interesting. Somehow I did not expect a katana to already be in Demon Souls. Was there one in Dark Souls? Yeah, there was, right? I'm pretty sure there is a katana in Dark Souls. Although I'm not 100% sure on that. I wonder if I... should I switch this at some point? I like how I struggled to find interesting weapons for a long time, and now I have so many, but yet still cannot really use most of them, because either I have to level them up, or I don't have the level up materials and whatnot. Oh, wait. Was he trying to hit me with his tail? Huh. That's a steep drop. Okay, wait a second. So I can go this way, or I can go through the fog door, which is, I think, only a normal fog door, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I kind of... I want to hit the big demon guy and see how difficult he is to deal with. But the problem is, I don't know how many more, like, other traps or enemies are on the walls and stuff. So I don't really want to engage him until I've basically, you know, dealt with all the other stuff that's around here. Especially when these guys can shoot at me from the sky and I can't really do much about it. Yeah, I think it... It looks like they can hit you with their tail, right? Or maybe even knock you off, because there was that, you know, it was really, really close to the cliffside. Okay, now you're getting annoying. Ooh. See the red guy to the left. I'll get rid of you first. So the Shadowmen then, did they actually utilize the katanas? Because the red-eyed guys use them, right? Like he even has two. I should definitely be more careful with my stamina. A little bit playing fast and loose with these guys. Ooh. There we go. Soul remains. I'm pretty sure that they would be pretty threatening enemies if you come here early. Adjudicator's shield. What the hell am I finding? Wow, what the hell? Well, I guess now we know what that weird demon thing is. A large wooden shield depicting a scene of the dead facing judgment, painted with bright pastoral colors. An epigram written in an ancient script is carved into the back. The hero of storms shall ne'er act in cowardice. Like, never. How do you pronounce ne'er? Shall never act in cowardice, nor shall he devour a single bird of the sky. If the dead fail to please the adjudicator's master, the harvest gold crow, their carcasses shall be gnawed upon until nothing but bones remain. Gradually restores HP while equipped. Okay. Okay. Let's try to pick this apart. So, the scene that you can see on the shield itself. Can I, like, turn it? No. Fortunately, I cannot. Yeah, the scene that you can see on there. Or maybe, let me see. What are its stats in comparison? It's lighter. It only has 90% physical damage reduction. That's unfortunate. Wait, wasn't there a way to... Oh, well, I guess I can just do this. Okay, so whatever weird creature is on that shield, it very much looks like the demon that's standing in the courtyard, just without the wings and without a head, right? So the weird tongue thing, or whatever is coming out of its back, that's what they originally looked like? It looks like an elephant that instead of... Or like a humanoid elephant, but instead of having an elephant's head, it just has a weird tongue thing. That's a very crazy creature. But how would that demon... What does that mean for the demon then? Did it suddenly grow demon head, like a demon head and demon wings, but the tongue remained? Or is this depicted from, like, do they have two fronts and no backside? Or something like that. But it looks like the sort of chest area is facing the person that's looking at the picture. Either way, very, very weird. Okay, so I could trade off. I mean, I don't know if I like this shield in terms of its design. I could trade off a little bit of physical damage reduction, but have gradual HP recovery. Interesting. Don't really yet know if I want to use it, but let's go back to its description real quick. The hero of storms shall never act in cowardice, whoever that is, nor shall he devour a single bird of the sky. Yeah, the question is, what is that referring to? Because we've seen eagles, and whoever we can trade with, I think they're also, they sound like crows, right? But then we have these weird manta rays that seem to be more demon in nature, right? I mean, it's literally an ocean creature flying through the sky, so you'd think that there is some weird demon magic going on. It's just the question of, nor shall he devour a single bird of the sky, if that's in reference to the eagles and to the crows, or if it also includes the weird demon manta rays. If the dead fail to please the adjudicator's master, whoever that is. Oh, the harvest gold crow. Okay, so the harvest gold crow would be the one that's sitting in the net. I mean, we haven't seen it, so we don't know if it's golden, but according to the depiction on the shield, it is. But I would think that that's the thing that is sitting in the nest that we can trade with, right? So I wonder if that crow was the former sort of, I don't know, not really leader, but certainly overlooking, watching this place. Wait, so does this mean that the hero of Storm is the adjudicator? That description is quite hard to read, but then again, maybe we don't have full information yet. I like this castle though, it's a pretty neat design. I could try just hitting that weird demon thing from here, right? I wonder if he's got a ranged attack of some kind. Doesn't look like you can vault over here, though. Okay. Another pressure plate that's probably from behind me. I hate that you cannot walk past him if you see him. That's annoying. Okay. Wait, so this just drops back down to... Wait, does it? Is this the same path that I could have taken otherwise? Oh, wait, no, it's the actual path that you need to take, I guess. Oh no, am I? Of course. Now I fell down, right? Well, this is awkward. Yeah. Well, I guess I just have to remember that there's an item there. I feel like this is going to loop around either way, but, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. No, you can go back up here. Oh, that's so weird. It's so unintuitive. Which points you can use to climb back up and which you cannot. That's so... Oh, this way you can walk past it, though. Because, like, with the same logic, I should be able to climb over these walls, right? But I can't for some weird reason. I don't know. Oh, wait a second. I completely forgot about the ladder here. Let's see. I did want to go back this way, so it looked like this only really leads to the item here, right? Cloudstone shot, okay. Yeah. Try rolling? Nope. Thank you very much, but I'm not gonna try that. Okay. So that was mainly about the item. I have gotten rid of most of the skeletal things that are here, right? Really, really want to hit that big demon dude. I think I grabbed most of the items here, right? Pretty sure I did, so... Oh, wait, no. Before I do anything else, let's try the ladder. That's a slow climb. Okay. Another item here. It was already down there. There isn't really any other lays that I can reach from here, right? Except for obviously going this way. I do very much like the level design. A lot of the levels in Demon Souls feel like they're quite a bit more contained, but it, I don't know, has a... It just creates this feeling of stuff being very intricate, right? You're actually exploring this castle and being able to go to most of its parts, not really being excluded from anything. Okay. Yeah, so the path is probably gonna loop around the entire thing, and I'd imagine then at some point we'll be able to enter the tower itself. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't been there yet. That's probably where you can go when you loop all the way around, I'd imagine. No other ladder or anything. Should I hit the guy? I really want to hit the guy. I wonder, he probably wouldn't respawn, right? Maybe he even counts as a boss if you hit them. Like maybe it just pops up an HP bar or something. I mean, the good thing is I could just run away again, right? I could just run back downstairs into well, this place. Okay, can definitely target him. That's really annoying, though. I don't want to be hit by that while I'm fighting this guy. Oh, God. Okay. That looked cute. He's not a boss. And he's also quite confused when you go back to... Yeah, he really doesn't know what to do with me, huh? Stop shooting at me. Okay. Oh, he just turns back around. Well, in that case... I don't know, I don't really want to cheese the guy. I wonder what kind of reach that it has. Isn't he pretty much the Dark Souls? Okay, he's very slow. Feels like he's pretty much the what's his name? The first boss from Dark Souls, right? I mean, not exactly, but almost. Ooh boy. Okay, yeah, that takes a lot of stamina away. Okay. I was kind of expecting him to have some sort of flame breath range attack or something. But he can only swing his axe, it looks like. He isn't even approaching me. I can hear you. Oh boy. Ah, that's not what I wanted to use. He's quite confused, I feel like. It's almost as if he's too big, right? Oh boy. Interestingly enough, that is dealing quite a bit of damage to me. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, he left behind enough. I was gonna say, what the hell? Gray Demon Soul. Well, now I'm even more confused. What the hell? Stop shooting. Wait, do you think you can lure him over here to break this stuff? Because I can't do it. I'm confused. He feels like he's kind of the first boss of this level, right? I mean, he has quite a large HP pool. His attacks, while not being super deadly, were still... Oh, another weapon. Okay. I mean, they were still threatening enough, I think, and also they, well, they definitely hit through my shield a bit. I wonder if he respawns. Okay. I don't know. Well, there's definitely not a way to climb down the well. Full moon grass. Yeah, he was quite a bit less threatening than I thought, though. Because they're also giving you a choice of running past him, right? I didn't have to attack him, and the only real reward you get is the soul and I guess the weapon that's lying around on the ground, though you could probably also just grab that, right? I mean, he's really slow, so you can literally just run past him and just run back down to where I was, right, into the catacombs of the place, and he wouldn't really be able to follow you at all. I'm just... Soul of a Vanguard Demon. Consumed to gain large number. I mean, this has the exact same description as boss souls. So maybe he's kind of supposed to be the boss and they just wanted to, I don't know, have a bit of a, you know, just do something different? I don't know. It does feel a bit... Oh, wait. 1 second, though. Let me look at that weapon. Feels a bit underwhelming, right? He doesn't drop that many souls. He just sort of vanishes. And while he was certainly strong, I think, in terms of the damage he deals, he was also incredibly slow. Like, I didn't even play that very well, I thought. And was still able to, like, easily deal with him. Pillage. Another one of... I don't like curved swords. A large, heavy curved sword designed to sever limbs. This slashing weapon inflicts heavy damage upon soft flesh. It has a limited effect on metal armor and hard scales. Causes target to bleed. So another bleeding weapon. Well, in Elden Ring, I could now two-hand this thing with the Uchigatana. Would probably be super OP. But I don't think that's the thing here. Or can you two-hand weapons? Actually, wait. The enemies are doing that, right? Let's see. Oh, you can't. Wait, what? How have I not tried that yet? Okay. That could be pretty OP. Wait. Can you double hand weapons in Dark Souls? Or is that something they removed? How have I not tried that yet? What the hell? Okay, so you could actually use 2 bleeding weapons. That feels, well, equally OP as it was in Elden Ring, I'd imagine. Although well, it would only work if I also had the fast roll at the same time. I'm not the biggest fan of curved swords. This one I like. Katana is always great. Well, certainly something to keep in mind. I'm just still very confused about the whole demon just standing in the courtyard business. Something about this just feels off. But again, maybe they were just trying to, I don't know, keep it fresh. In terms of its, like in terms of the design. Maybe they wanted to keep the level a bit more open. And realized that they wouldn't really be able to treat him as a normal boss, because then they would have to introduce like fog doors that block your paths and stuff, and so they kind of went with him just being a normal enemy. It is somehow weird because obviously that makes him a lot easier to deal with, because you can just, you know, whenever you lose too much HP or something, you can just go back down into the tunnels and stuff. And he even turned back around, so if I wanted to, I probably could have just cheesed him by hitting him like 2-3 times, going back down into the tunnel, waiting for him to turn back around, and then hitting him again. Yeah, very, very curious choice that they went with this instead of making him a normal boss. that guy has a really, really big weapon. Oh. I had kind of hoped that I could just shove him off the cliff, but that was not the case. Oh, that is so cool. Well, that's a giant air. I wonder if... Pretty sure I can go down there, right? I wonder if that's where I'm eventually gonna end up. Oh. Oh, he's got a third attack. There we go. I still... Maybe that's why they're giving you so many of these soul remains? Maybe you can use them to lure the big demon away or something. Because that would also be funny, right? It almost seems like they don't even really want you to fight him. Considering the sort of strength of enemies here, I feel that maybe the original intent could have been that you're supposed to go here quite early. And then just... Stop it. Yeah, maybe you're supposed to go here quite early, and then, you know, use some sort of stealth tactics, lure the big guy away, grab the items, but then come back eventually and kill him. Feels like that might be sort of the intended way of doing it. What's interesting, though, I mean, he's, you know, kind of not only at the start of the level, but also in like a fairly central spot. So I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't really give you another Archstone. But since he doesn't really count as a proper boss, it also doesn't give you another Archstone, which is interesting. Okay. No more secret walls, maybe. Huh. Okay. Hi, Chaos Ghost! Thanks for the raid, how are you? Saw you online earlier. What were you guys playing? I'm still deep in my Demon Souls journey that I finally was able to continue. Oh no, he's running away already. Is that gonna fall down? Wait, this loop's back around way more than I thought. Demon Souls Remake, yeah. What were you guys playing? Where the hell does this lead? Still trying to figure out which way to go next. I just killed the big weird demon guy in the middle of this level, which I was quite confused by him not being an actual boss, it seems. Okay, just to double check. Oh, I guess I have to drop down here. There we go. Dark Souls 3, oh. Ah, that sounds really cool. I still need to get into Dark Souls 3. Grave Robber's Ring. Ooh, that sounds cool. Was thinking about maybe finally playing Dark Souls 3 once I'm through here. Although I technically haven't completed Dark Souls 2 yet, so I should probably do that first. Oh, seriously? Stop hitting me. Become harder for black phantoms to detect. Ancient Topaz Ring that subdues your essence, discouraging detection by black phantoms. So if players invade you, it's basically a thieves ring for when you're invaded? That's pretty awesome though, right? Because you can just put it on once you're invaded. If the invader hasn't found you yet, you'd maybe be able to just run away or something, hide. Yeah, you can play... I mean, looking at Dark Souls 2, I figured it as much, because I guess you also really don't need to play the first one to play the second one, right? It's just that I want to finish it, but Dark Souls 2 is kind of rough to get through. I like the level design of it, but I thought that especially the bosses were quite underwhelming, so... This game, in comparison, is a lot more interesting. Especially also since I knew very little about it going into it. There's so many fun discoveries you can make here in Demon's Souls. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that was rain. Yeah, that too. Dark Souls 2 has... They made a couple of really, really interesting and weird choices with that game, I think. It's interesting from a, you know, looking back onto it perspective and seeing what they changed and what they tried, because I do pretty much feel like they just wanted to try a bunch of stuff with Dark Souls 2, maybe change it up a bit, but ended up not really fully thinking things through. Well, I did hear also that they had a couple of issues with development, I think. Oh, wait, okay, this is just here. I guess this leads back to the start of the level? Or does it lead downwards? No. Doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, Dark Souls 3 has always looked interesting to me, which is why I definitely want to go and play that. I just, you know, with Elden Ring, having put so many hours into Elden Ring at the beginning of the year, I didn't really... Looked a bit too similar for me. The Generator's Ring, oh. But now playing the Demon's Souls remake, I mean, it's FromSoft's games, right? They do have this certain draw that just makes you want to play them. Even if they sometimes have weird choices that feel kind of rough to get through from time to time. Elden Ring is another one of those where, because they now announced the DLC, and I don't really know how I want to approach that, because I desperately want to do another playthrough of Elden Ring, maybe go with New Game Plus so that I have all the different weapons and whatnot available. But man, my first playthrough took 300 hours or something? I mean, I don't have to do everything again, obviously, but it's a long game. And then I kind of... Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do the DLC once it releases. If I'm just going to go with my current main character save, or if I want to go into New Game Plus or create a new character. Either way, it would be quite the journey with how big that game is. Oh, with minimum... Didn't it also have a couple of issues on PC when it first launched, I think? But they patched those, right? Fairly quickly, I think. Yeah, with that, so many hours putting into it. I have heard that sentiment from quite a number of people, actually, where they said that obviously it's a really, really good game. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But I definitely felt that towards the sort of the end of my playthrough, that maybe it is because they do reuse quite a number of bosses and stuff. I don't know what it was specifically, but it definitely felt like I was burning out a little bit towards its end. It's still, like, the world obviously is incredible, and once you get to the later bosses, they're still quite fun and interesting, and there's a lot to discover still, but yeah, it's very, very long. I feel like it could have been only 2/3 of its runtime and still would have been an equally amazing game. It's definitely an interesting sort of example of maybe sometimes it can also be too much. Still not finished it. 100 hours in, stopped. Oh, that's unfortunate. Getting to the same spot and then stopping again. Yeah, I can see that. I also stopped for like a month, I think, in my first playthrough, and then picked it up again. But from the point where I left off, it's... Well, I think it also depends on how you're playing it, because I had the problem of... Oh, this recovers HP over time. Wait, didn't I already have another ring? Oh, no, I have a ring that does MP recovery over time. Well, I don't really think I need that right now. But I think the way they designed Elden Ring, I don't think they really want you to do everything. And that was sort of my issue, that I really tried to do everything and see everything on my first playthrough. And so, after a while, that got quite tedious. Whereas, I think if you just sort of, I don't know, go to whatever looks interesting and kind of zigzag your way through the game at a faster pace, it also is much more interesting to replay it, because obviously you're going to see things that you just haven't seen before. Whereas if I were to replay it, I would say that roughly 90% of the game and dungeons and whatnot I've already seen, so there wouldn't really be that much new to discover. Getting lost in... well, I don't think that it's necessarily, you know, bad or anything to use a guide with Elden Ring especially, because it's... With how vast it is, there's certainly an argument to be made that maybe, you know, you kind of want to get to the things that interest you specifically, and so in that case, using a guide. It's also... It heavily depends on how well acquainted with the FromSoft games you are, right? But I guess if you know Dark Souls and have played, you know, Bloodborne, maybe, then Elden Ring, honestly, like the cool discoveries you can make for the most part, I think, are about the world, right? About the super interesting places they designed, and not necessarily so much about its gameplay. I mean, the gameplay is the good stuff we all know FromSoft can provide, but it also doesn't really deviate from it, so depends on how you would be using a guide, though. You need to do everything you can. Yeah, I'm the same. I just, if I see, or if I know that there's a place that I still haven't been to, I need to go there. And so instead of just sort of riding through the world of Elden Ring and trying to take it in, I was very meticulous about hitting like every single point to make sure that I didn't overlook anything. But yeah, especially going through sort of the last third of the level, third of the game, it's that can be a tedious way of playing it, certainly. Okay, let's deal with this guy real quick. Wonder if this leads into a boss room. Ooh. Did not expect that to still hit me. They've got a lot of range. A lot more than I thought, anyways. And a lot of poise. Ooh. Damn it! I'm still constantly running out of stamina. Can you stop that? I cannot believe I died to this guy. What the hell? Once I run out of stamina, there's just no way to fat roll away from him. Okay, have a great rest of your day if you need to go. Oh, that was unfortunate. Ah, well, at least that gives me a chance to see what kind of item I traded in with the craw guy. Crow guy? Golden crow? Well, the thing that's sitting in its nest. Just get my body back, though. I have enough of these stones. Even though I might be messing up World Tendency again, but oh well. Did the sound just cut out? That was strange. Actually, how well can you run past these guys? Not well. Really? Yeah, that... I shouldn't have tried that. Sorry, Luke. Whoever you are. Wait, is he an NPC? Because he kept running. Will tendency is still white, though. Oh, that's annoying. I feel like my build really isn't made for these guys. Sound cutout, yeah. Sometimes I think the game does have a couple of sound issues. For some reason. Just very minor ones, but... Ah, man. I'm really not happy with my build choice. Oh, now I lost my souls as well, right? Ah, well, whatever. It's not that I really needed them. It was only, like, a third of a level anyways. At this point. What is going on? Why are they suddenly rolling away again? They didn't do that the first time. But yeah, my shield build. I really don't like this anymore. I started out the game with wanting to use shields, because that was, or is sort of a playstyle that I haven't really utilized that much in FromSoft games, but now I also know why. Bladestone Shard. Oh, that's a new one. Okay, so the demon just stays dead. That's interesting. Means that it shouldn't be too difficult to go back to where I was. Although, let's see. Yeah, this is strange. I mean, I had a feeling that he wouldn't respawn, especially since he gives you a unique soul. But, oh. Wait. The invisible walls respawn? That doesn't happen in Dark Souls, does it? Interesting. Yeah, so many little details that are just really different in Demon Souls compared to Dark Souls. Or, well, really different, maybe a bit much, but they're certainly different. And I wonder why they chose to change it. It feels so much, if you're playing through Demon Souls, it feels so much, like, apart from them obviously creating an entirely different world with different enemies, but Dark Souls almost feels like a big patch for Demon Souls, right? Like, I don't want to say a fan patch or something, because that, I feel, sounds pretty bad for the developers. That's not really what I mean, but... Oh, hello. Something about Dark Souls is... feels like a very, very incremental upgrade in comparison to this game. On a lot of different levels, with interesting choices. Because, I don't know, the more I play of Demon Souls, the more I think that the choices they did make for Dark Souls are very, very hit and miss, right? A couple of them clearly are an evolution of what this game already did. But at the same time, I feel like Dark Souls also has a couple of choices in it that maybe it would have been better if they just stuck with what they had in Demon Souls. Ah, there we go.
Happy. Me, you.
Yeah, I know.
Trade. Give me sparkly twinkies, please.
Oh. Wait, really? Thought I already picked it up. Let's just send... Well, I'm not going to be using this. Send this to storage. The longbow can definitely be sent there. Crossbow. Talisman doesn't weigh that much. Let's send the shield away. Okay. White arrow 10. Okay, so that was the what's it called again? I gave him the Ore Guide of Guidance. Now, the very difficult part about this, obviously, is what else would they like to have? Because I feel like even if you can trade normal consumables with them, I don't think it would necessarily give you, like, super powerful stuff. It's just that the whole time I was worrying or thinking about how to potentially get a hold of these colorless demon souls in order to upgrade the special weapons. And I wonder if you can somehow trade that here. Should I try trading in one of these? I mean, I have 6 still, so guess I could just try. Because that's... I feel like these are more or less the rarest consumable. Maybe you can trade in these, but what would they turn into? Probably just other weapon upgrade materials? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. No sparkly, huh? Reinforces thrusting, so it's used to craft dexterity, depending on weapons. Yeah. Oh, oops. But then, what else sparkles? I mean, isn't this pretty much the only thing that actually sparkles? Unless they also take souls? Oh! Okay, well that's a very common soul item though. Either way, let's see what it turns into. I wonder... I'm always reluctant on using the... Because I'm pretty sure if I were to lock out and lock back in here, it would just exchange the item that I'm trying to trade. Maybe I'm going to do that later, because I feel like... I don't know, I've never really liked that about this trading in. I didn't like that in Dark Souls either, that you can just, like, reload your save, and it'll have the item, you know, ready for you, and trade it. I think that's a very weird way of doing it. So, I'm gonna try to play through the level first before I do that. Honestly, still pretty annoyed that I died to the red-eyed guy. So I didn't have any trouble with those before that one, right? Ah, well, it is what it is. I suppose that's the biggest risk that you always take in these games, right? Or rather, I feel like that's the only reason for me to die most of the time. Except when I die to bosses. I mean, obviously, when you're fighting a boss, that typically you need to learn it and whatnot, so... There is a high likelihood of dying there, but aside from that, most of the time I feel like the only reason I do die is because I just underestimate enemies, or I'm fighting enemies like the ones with the red eyes and think, oh, you know, I already killed like 3-4 of them, so surely the next one isn't going to be a problem, and then I just die. Because I'm either not paying attention, or... I don't know. Oh, right, I could just run around. Oh. Well, whatever. This works too. But yeah, whatever fuck door he was standing in front of, I'm pretty sure that's the boss of this place, maybe? Not the boss, but a boss, certainly. It would make sense, you know, compared to the length of the level so far. Okay, there we go. maybe I could... Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, two-handing them makes it a lot easier to deal with because you break their poise, right? My build choice is a War 1. I ran out of stamina again. I should really be more careful with that. But overall, I wish I would have just gone with two-handing a sword from the beginning. I feel like shields just aren't a great choice in Demon's Souls. I don't know what it is. I would like to experiment a bit more with how they work specifically in terms of... mainly in terms of how stamina is affected by them, or rather how much stamina gets taken away depending on the strength of the enemy's hit and so on. Because I do feel like whatever they decided to do here really doesn't cope with shields. I feel like most of the time shields are just the worst option. Back at the start, that's good. So I'm also 99% sure that I grabbed everything that I could get up until this point. Unless I missed another one of the invisible doors, but I don't think I have. At least I wouldn't really know where another one would be. Oh. Completely forgot about that again. Although, that being said... Wait a second. Is this exactly behind the place where I tried to get through earlier? Huh. Just really makes me wonder if there's a way for you to lure the big demon. I don't know if that's a thing in Demon's Souls. Maybe I'm just a bit projecting, because in Elden Ring you can do that, but only in a very, very few specific places where you can lure big enemies towards these statues that then get destroyed and there's an item in it, right? Maybe I just want to find a purpose for that big demon in the courtyard. It would be pretty awesome if you could, like, lure him to this very place, make him destroy the wall for you, and that way create a shortcut to the boss room. If it even is the boss room, but I don't know. Something about the setup looks like it could be. Should I try fighting him without my shield? Let's try the double hand. Nope. Okay. He's got more poise. All right. Let's take it slow. They're honestly not that interesting to fight. Just shielding and taking it slow. But I think that's mainly due to my stamina regeneration being absolutely abysmal. Nope. See, I risked that again. Since I cannot break his poise, there's no way you can do 2 hits back to back without being hit, which is unfortunate. Half moon grass, okay. Beware of demons ahead. Okay. So judging by the other archstones, I would technically say this is the first boss of this area, which would then mean that 2 others would still follow. But since the big demon in the courtyard already dropped the demon soul... Huh. Now the difficult question is again, do I just want to go in with my current setup? Or do I want to try and remove stuff so that I have a fast roll? I don't want to try like this first, even though that's probably not the best idea. Do I still have a, let me see. I think I still have one of, yeah, I still have an Archstone shard. Although maybe you can trade in these things? Would be worth a shot, right? Let's just try. Adjudicator. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, I know that thing. He looks like the one on the shield. I wonder if he works somewhat like the one in the courtyard. What a weird sound, though. Can I just... Okay, so you can hit me up here. 'Cause I was gonna say... Okay, well that's... Yeah, thank you. That doesn't make sense, but alright. Why would they make it so that... That's a weird choice. How do I even get down? Oh, whoops. Wait. Oh. I see, I see. I think I know what they want you to do. That's why they have the staircase here. Okay. Well, that did not work. No way to knock him down. Really? Well, that's weird. Oh, he's got it like a sword impaled on him. Okay, well... This is slightly more annoying than I thought it would be. Oh, guess I could just try this. He's gonna try to hit me. Yeah. I was afraid he was gonna use his tongue again. That was not good. A bit annoying with the camera, not gonna lie. That's a arguably very, very strange animation. Alright, let me... Let's see. Really? There we go. God, this is so strange. I need to equip the... Where is it? There we go. Is he moving? Need my MP back. Oh, whoopsie. Don't use your damn tongue. Use your sword. Sure that was gonna hit me, but apparently not. Curious choice in terms of enemy design, not gonna lie. Quite an unusual one. What the or any... He's gonna use his tongue again? Yeah. Really? Also, I thought that he would at some point just fall over. Really? Oh, I'm running up to you. For fuck's sake. There we go. All right. I guess that worked. What the hell was this? I like how Demon's Souls constantly surprises me with its boss design. And I don't know if that's good or a bad thing. That's... What the hell was this? I mean, there's something to be said about them mixing it up. I don't know. I would say that overall, the boss design is quite interesting most of the time and has, you know, pretty sort of neat little bits and pieces to offer, but swollen Demon Soul, okay. The ritual path. Yeah, let's check that out in a minute. I just want to make sure that I don't think that I have forgotten anything here or overlooked anything, but... Okay, so all in all, I think this fight was interesting, and I think that it had a cool idea, right? The idea of only being able to hit the boss from above, or rather its head, that's pretty cool. And I honestly think that the boss arena in and of itself is a neat little spin on your usual stuff, right? I think that's the biggest compliment so far that I have for Demon's Souls bosses, is that they are very, very unique in terms of their approach, right? It's not... Because they could have just... At first, when I walked in here, I thought that it was very similar to Dark Souls' first boss, essentially, right? In that you can... And I'm pretty sure that you somehow can. I'm not entirely sure if it just did it wrong, because I've never really used the plunge attack of Demon's Souls. If it even has one. I guess I could just... Wait. If I use... No. Does it not have a plunge attack? Because that would be strange. So I'm wondering how a pure melee build would deal with this boss. Maybe there is a way, because I think I was able to target one of its legs or something. So maybe there is a way to topple it over so that you can hit the face. And I think if that is the case, I probably would have done a ton of damage to it had I been able to hit it with my sword instead of with magical ranged attacks. So I don't know. I feel like I definitely haven't figured out all the neat little tricks you can potentially use against this boss. I think the overall idea of having these multiple levels and you being able to, you know, kind of lure his attacks out and then just shoot at its head is pretty cool. The glaring issue, obviously, that this boss has is, well, first of all, it's pretty slow, but that would be all right. Now it makes me wonder even more why they decided to put that weird demon into the courtyard, because they're very, very similar in design, right? So while this obviously has the long tongue and functions a bit differently, and the, well, arena design adds a lot to the fight in and of itself compared to the demon in the courtyard, it's still very, very similar. Wouldn't it have made more sense if instead of that demon being in the courtyard, they would have added, I don't know, like an NPC invasion or something to that? Because it's a big open area. I feel like an NPC invader would have made way more sense compared to the demon. And then have the... Because I feel like this fight would feel a lot more unique if you hadn't met that demon beforehand. It's even really cool that they give you the shield that gives you a little bit of background information on the boss, which usually doesn't really happen in this game. So it's nice to have that, I think. Yeah, the one glaring issue that this fight definitely has is that you can... It doesn't destroy your footing, right? So you can stay up here. And while it's able to hit you, since it cannot actually destroy anything, you have a lot of room to just get out of its range. Or not its range per se, but you can avoid its attacks quite easily, I think. Which is not that great. And then obviously the biggest issue just being that it clips through the stone, right? So the tongue animation doesn't fit with the environment. It would be cool if you could see sort of the tongue coming up through the hole and then that sort of slapping you or something. That would be cool, but the fact that I was hit multiple times by just sort of being around here and then the tongue suddenly hit me through the ground, yeah, that's... I definitely get what they were going for. I like the idea, the design, it's just in execution. It's certainly a bit... Which does make me wonder why they didn't actually change more of this for the remake. I mean, obviously I have no idea how this was in the original, but I expect that the original had similar issues of the tongue just clipping through the ground. So it makes me wonder why they didn't just change the tongue animation in the remake to make it look a little bit more believable in terms of how it hits you. I don't know. I would like to do this again as a pure melee build, but I don't really know, because I tried to hit its belly and thought that it would eventually fall over. Either I just didn't try hard enough, or I just didn't do enough. I don't know. But it wasn't giving me any feedback whether or not I was actually... Because I didn't deal any damage, right? The only way to deal damage is to hit its head. So I'm not quite sure. Have a good one, Chaos Ghost. Thanks for the raid again. Always great to see you. That really makes me wish they would also have some sort of boss rush mode in these games, right? I mean, like the one they added to Sekiro, so that you could just, I don't know, go back to the main menu and try out a couple of tactics against it. That would be nice. Also, what's tripping me up a bit is that when you're down here, the boss is rather large, right? So it's very difficult to even circle around it. Which makes me wonder, where you're supposed to really hit it. Would it even fall down, considering the limited space? This is one of those cases where it's... The concept of it is a really, really cool little spin on, you know, your normal sort of boss encounter. But then it seems like with a ranged build, it's quite easy to deal with, right? As you just saw, even though my magic damage is absolutely abysmal. Think about how quick this thing would fall over if I had actually spec'd into magic. And I would have dealt, I don't know, 3 times the damage. It would have been over in like 30 seconds or something. And since it is so slow, especially if you know, or it's really, really easy to see that the boss, when it has a certain distance from you, it's only using its melee attack instead of the tongue. And the melee attack is incredibly easy to avoid, so yeah, you're just circling around the place a bit and hit it with your magical range stuff and it just falls over. But with a melee build, no idea how this is supposed to work. Maybe you have to lure it, you know, quite closely to wherever you're standing and sort of try to hit it like this. I feel like that would still be weird. Or maybe you can try baiting out the tongue and hit the tongue. Maybe that works as well. But it's still very, very strange. Very strange thing. Either way, I always forget that there is a description afterwards. Archstone of the Adjudicator Demon. The Adjudicator bestows tokens of heroism upon the deserving dead, who are delivered by shadowmen to the depths of the Shrine of Storms, where they are cleansed by bright water and mourned by the storm. Okay, so the storm was always here. The Adjudicator bestows tokens of heroism upon the deserving dead. Huh. Makes me wonder if he's always been like this. So, what exactly would happen here normally? Would you... If you die and you were brought here to be buried, would you have to fight this guy? I guess so. And if you're deserving of getting through, you then can get into these more sacred halls, I guess, instead of being buried at the start of the level where all the swords are. Curious. Ah, there was somebody I could have summoned. Wait, that was after the boss, though. Huh. Okay. I like how she's very often just sitting next to the archstone that you're currently in. I wonder if that's just a choice for you to make it easier to level up once you get back here, or if that's supposed to symbolize that she worries about you. Maybe both. Right. The soul itself probably doesn't really have any sort of interesting description to it. Nope. Huh. Yeah, now with that trading option available, really, really makes me wonder whether or not I would be able to somehow get a colorless demon soul out of that. Maybe by trading in the boss souls, but that would be a hefty sacrifice, right? Because that would mean... I mean, I'd imagine that something like the penetrating sword can probably be upgraded to +5. I mean, that's just a guess, but I don't know. I think might be right. I mean, it can only really be either +5 or +10, right? But since it's a special weapon, I think it might be +5. But that would mean that I would probably need at least 5 colorless demon souls. Potentially even more for the later upgrades, right? So I don't think that you get them by turning in the boss souls. Unless you get maybe 5 per boss soul. That would still be a weird trade-off, though. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Let's just go with a little bit more dexterity. I really, really, really want to switch to a dex weapon and potentially drop the shield. Just don't know to which one, because just utilizing the katana in and of itself... Let's talk to this guy real quick. Let's see, anything new? Nope. Okay.
I can still be...
I feel like I'm just making things way too hard on myself, but I also... I really, really went into this wanting to do something in terms of my build that I just hadn't really done before. And if I were to switch to either the katana or like magic or, well, a lot of other stuff, especially without the shield, it would just be what I usually go with. But it also feels like the game is like heavily pushing you towards that, because, yeah, as I mentioned multiple times, the shield really isn't great.
I swear that I will catch that. He fooled me and kicked his augustness down a hole behind the altar of a shrine. But I lost my nerve and very swiftly fled the place.
Wait, is that new dialogue? Was it?
I swear that I
Blasted
will catch that he
hyena.
fooled me and kicked his augustness down a hole behind the altar of a shrine. But I lost my nerve.
Behind the altar of... I have no idea what he's talking about. Okay, another more slightly annoying part here.
I have some precious new stuff.
Let's see. Wait. He's even called the hyena. I was gonna say that it sounded like Patches. Wait, so... But he's just sitting here. Does the other guy not realize that the person who potentially pushed him down into a hole is just right here? Have I missed something? Is there... What? Do you have to interact with them in a certain way to trigger a quest?
Bad news. There's a rumor that the silent Chief Yurt has infiltrated Boletaria. Yurt's a mercenary. He'd kill his own kin for the right price. Now, I'm not a saint, but compared to Yurt, I'm as saintly as they come. So, I implore you to stay away from Yurt, the assassin in black.
That is certainly new as well. Yurt the assassin in black. When he started talking about that, I thought he might be referring to that incredibly strong lady I encountered when I went through the gate to the left, right? Where it said only opens with white tendency, even though it opened with black tendency. But she didn't look like a black assassin, right? She was very strong. Her fighting style might be like an assassin, but she didn't really wear black clothes, right? More sort of ragged stuff. Wait, he doesn't actually sell new stuff. Kidding me, Patches. Oh, by the way, should I just... I guess... Let's just buy these things. Just for the sake of it.
Yeah, you won't find it anywhere else. I aim to please.
Wait. Is that even a very specific comment on me purchasing the gear set? Because that would be cool if you had like different voice lines depending on the item you chose to purchase.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on you.
As always with FromSoft games, at this point I feel like I missed, I don't know, 5 different NPC quest lines. Yet at the same time I have absolutely no idea where I would have found them or how I would have been able to, you know, do anything about it. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's just deposit the barbarian stuff. I wonder if I should... I mean, the Ring of Arrows is really beneficial, and I feel like the Thief Ring, it just gives you more options. I never quite know if it's the Thief Ring that allows me to get quite close to enemies without them constantly, you know, attacking me right away, but I do feel like it's a pretty cool thing to have overall. And honestly, I mean, I'm not exactly running low on health items, and something like the Regenerator's Ring, I'd imagine the regeneration would be quite slow, so it doesn't really help you in combat so much as it does just, you know, make you use up less healing items, probably. I really wish, but I don't have... Or was there like a stamina ring of sorts? Okay, let's put these two away for now. Why am I still carrying... Well, I have 25 of these, and I don't use that magic that often anyways. So I feel like it makes sense to put away a bunch of these normal items. Yeah, these as well. Forgot that I was still carrying around that stuff. I'll keep the talisman, though.
You have a heart of gold.
Don't let them take it from you. Just to double check with the rings. Item carrying capacity, HP over time, MP over time. Then a bunch of resistances. Optimal hits. Still don't even know what that refers to. The cling ring. Harder for black phantoms to detect. Yeah. I wonder if this game has a ring that increases your stamina recovery. And even if it does, how much it would be. Because that is by far the biggest problem that I have with the shield build, is the sheer amount of stamina enemy attacks take away compared to how slowly it's regenerating. Because that's my biggest problem with, for example, fighting the red-eyed skeletons there. They're really not that strong at all, right? I mean, they don't really damage me for that much. If they hit me, it takes like, what, 5-6 hits at least for me to die if I were to not defend myself at all. But I cannot really do much against them if I'm fat rolling and using a shield, right? Because the fat roll will prevent me from rolling away or rolling away from their attacks at least, or reacting to their attacks quite quickly, because they just queue up another attack right away. But blocking their attacks makes it a really, really, really slow encounter, because I have to block and then can hit them once, but then I have to back off again because the blocking and the hit already consume more than half of my stamina. So I cannot really stay in their range and I need to back out, which just feels really slow and kind of clunky overall. So I would like to have a way to... Well, that's the thing, right? I already have, what, 27 endurance, I think? And increasing it further, I would have to get it probably to 40 or something to feel a significant difference in the amount of stamina that I have, but that would take way too many souls to do, so... Because investing the same amount of souls into my attack power, for example, would make it so that I could just deal with them a lot quicker. I don't know, it's certainly a weird choice. I feel like the game isn't really... I know I said that 100 times already, but... I really, really went with the wrong build here, I think. Okay, but before I continue the level, though, now that I've cleared out the first part, I think it's fair to say that I should probably, or can, go back to the Crow and just try and trade in a bunch of things. I just want to know if it works the same as it does in Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 with in terms of reloading the game. Okay, what's the quicker way to get there? Probably not from here, right? Let's just go back to the start. Another thing that I found quite curious about all of this is... I think the amount of souls that I got, even with the ring that I currently have equipped, the amount of souls that I got just from clearing out pretty much all the enemies, including the big demon in the middle, was not even half a level. But the boss dropped pretty much an entire level of souls. It's quite the curious difference there. Although maybe it's less curious than I think. Ah, okay, so if you time it right, I think you can in fact knock them out of their roll. Or maybe it's just because they stand up. Yeah, that's a... I don't like that they can damage you with their roll. Or rather... Well, I guess it makes sense. Since they are rolling into you, that they would be able to sort of stop you in your tracks. Seriously though, what's the fastest way to get back to the tree? Because last time I just walked through and then like went back through the thing. But it might in fact be... Oh, seriously. Might in fact be faster to go this way. Is that where the guy's sitting? Down on the prison cell? Because from here it's very hard to see. Because this does in fact look like some sort of trapdoor that can be opened. Okay. I think this in fact may be quicker just because you don't have to deal with most of the skeletons down in the tunnels, maybe? Well, there we go! They dropped their weapon. Seriously though, now that I've exchanged the ring that gets me more item discovery for another one, now they're dropping their stuff? Sure. Shoto, okay. A unique curved sword is specially designed to counter shields. Difficult to control, but if mastered, this sword can greatly reduce the effectiveness of an enemy's guard. It has an ominous silhouette and is said to be favored by a certain band of assassins. Okay. Maybe the Shadowmen that resided here originally used them, right? So now the skeletons just keep using them? It's quite interesting though, because wouldn't that mean that they... Oh, forgot about you. Wait, no, they're not actually using that. Oh. Damn camera. They're using a normal sword, like the KG sword type thing that I found later in the level. Weird that they dropped the other thing then. Does make me wonder how many unique, or well, not unique, but how many enemy drops in general I've already sort of missed that I potentially could have had. More white arrows. Huh. Okay, so both the soul remains as well as this both turned into those arrows. Okay. No sparkling. What else can I try? I think I already tried the fresh spice, right? Let's try the water maybe? Okay, I kind of expected that much. If the soul remains work, I don't want to... Let's try one of the smaller soul. Let's try one of these. Oh. Okay, you cannot drop these. Never mind. So that's not a thing then. Pine resin I don't feel like would do anything either. These are unique items, so those are not possible. This one I already tried and it wasn't possible. This probably doesn't work either, yeah. But I don't think that they will just give you, Ah, fuck, now I forgot to... Because I already tried this, right? Wait, did I? Pretty sure I did. Yeah. I don't have the other upgrade items with me. So I would have had to take a bunch of stuff out of storage to try it out. I don't think that the only thing you can get here are arrows. I have a feeling somehow, but I don't think you can trade in gear. I don't know, something about that would be weird. I could try this. No. Yeah. I don't think that you would be able to trade in gear. So no armor, no weapons. I think that's weird. The arrows, I don't think either. I wonder if you could trade in a specific ring, maybe, for something else. I have one double ring. I would have to go back to the Nexus to grab it, though. I guess that's the only thing that I could still try. These obviously cannot be dropped. And the key items cannot be dropped either. Souls cannot be dropped, which would, I'd imagine, include the demon souls. So the idea that I had earlier with potentially trading in boss souls for colorless souls does not work. I guess let's try one of these. Yeah, no sparkly either. I mean, the sparkly description pretty much does tell you what they want, right? Because these two things certainly are sparkly compared to others. Let's try dropping 3. Okay. So now I'm going to try the same thing that usually works in Dark Souls, where you save and exit, which should technically load in the game right there. I think. There you go. Okay. Wait, did it not register? Or is it just not possible this way? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like if you drop an item and quit out of the game, the dropped item is just lost. Interesting. I actually like that. It makes the whole process incredibly annoying, but it does mean that you cannot really cheese through it. You have to run back here every single time. Which is, well, still kind of a weird way of doing things, but honestly, the whole bit about being able to quit out of the game and then go back into it and it just having traded the item, I always thought was very, very strange that that just worked. I think I'm just gonna leave, because I want to see if I drop what I just wanted to try, right? If I drop 3 of these, so let's drop another 3. Technically, when I now come back, they should drop 30 arrows instead of 10, right? But I still have absolutely no idea what else they would want. Instead of maybe that ring. Can you please? Thank you. Would it really work to trade in, like, random rings, though? The problem is that I already tried just running back to it, right? Or in that particular case, running back to where I died that one time. And it's very, very annoying to try to run through here simply because the skeletons will stop you. Either way, let's go back to the Nexus. I'm gonna grab the double ring that I have. Just so that I don't forget about it, and maybe there's gonna be a chance at some point to get back to him. But I think for now I'm gonna just continue with the level. So let's grab the one ring. Wait, yeah. Yeah. Let's grab this one ring. There we go.
You have a heart of gold.
I need to take a very quick break, though. So, feel like this is a good chance to do that. There we go. Gonna take a very quick break, and when I'm back, I am going to try to, well, I'm just gonna continue with the Archstone, I think. And I'll see about that trading in of items later on. Yeah, anyways, be right back. Alrighty, sorry it took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but we are back. Let's continue this whole thing. Let's see. Wait, do I still have a couple of grass in storage?
I'm keeping a close watch.
Didn't really think about that earlier. I do, but not the current one. Late moon and half moon's probably not going to give me that much, right? And dark moon also. Dark moon's the really, really big one. Consume to fully recover HP. Let's take like 10 of these. Oh, 10's the max on them. Okay. Sure. This probably wouldn't count as a sparkly thing either, right? I'd imagine. I really thought that it would be possible to somehow exchange the souls. Definitely would have made a lot of sense if that was possible, but I guess I'm still missing the correct thing there. One thing that I can do, though, is level up further. I think I should be able to, because I'm carrying around so many of these. One more. There we go.
Then touch soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost.
Oh, this would be
drawn
two
from its vessel.
to increase in.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Let's still go with dexterity. Oh, and I also forgot about repairing my gear. I guess
Betray your souls.
I don't really need to.
You come back alive.
Okay. Well, why is it so annoying to go back to that nest? I really want to try the ring, but at the same time, I don't want to constantly. Let's just continue the level for now. You can always just go back, so yeah. Let's see. Okay. This is where I dealt with the boss. Actually, now that I'm looking at this place again, I mean, obviously this has been destroyed, right? But with the skeletons in here and like the little pedestal, I wonder if these were also some sort of specialized graves or shrines, things that were prayed to. Because there is this, well, what we saw in the description, that the adjudicator let souls or dead people through, right, into the actual catacombs where they can be buried. But then we also clearly saw normal graves on the outside of this island. So I wonder if maybe the people that are on the outside, or the graves that are on the outside, are people that didn't really, for whatever reason, want to fight the adjudicator, or were too scared to do that. Then we have the ones that got through for whatever reason. I mean, maybe not everybody had to fight him. Maybe he also just judged them or something and just let them through when they were a pure soul, I don't know. So those would go on to the catacombs, but maybe the people that died fighting the Adjudicator, maybe they stayed in this room, right? And had these like small shrines that were essentially mass graves of the people that died here. Very, very curious. Also, well, at one point the, although, nah, this middle portion, no, it definitely broke off, right? So at one point this must have been, or this must have had actual ceilings, right? Or actual floors, rather than being one big room or big hall. Which is strange, because that would mean that the Adjudicator wouldn't even fit into this place. Also, what makes it even more confusing is that the Adjudicator, he looks like a demon. Yet, at least according to the shield, he was here before demons and stuff, right? So he wasn't necessarily new to the place? I don't know. Once again, looks pretty awesome. I mean, you can see, if you really imagine this place as it might have been at one point, right? I mean, looking at this, it's sort of a cool cliffside temple, if you will, right? So when this was still new or in use, it was probably very, very beautiful. Although, apparently the storm was always here? Yeah, looking at it once again, it really seems like that might be either the last boss arena, or at least the place where we're ending up at the very end. Ephemeral eyes. It's cool how they always give you these, right? So you're kind of, if you do lose to the boss, oh, hello. If you do lose to the boss, you're probably in your soul form, and then they give you one to regain your body form to continue with the level, I guess. Oh. Hello, Mr. Grave Robber. Did not expect you would continue through the level.
Hello there, we meet again. You look terrible. Cheer up. Life is an adventure.
Okay. I don't know what I don't know how I feel that I'm essentially opening the way for him.
There's somebody I ought to warn you about. A fella who lacks common decency. They call him Patches the Hyena. And he's the one that laid that trap for me. He's the kind of person who'd stab his own mother in the back. If you happen to spot him, you'd do us all a favour by putting him out of his misery.
Okay. Wait. Where did I find Patches originally? Are there, like, different places where you can find him? I don't remember. I want to say it was in the mines. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, definitely in the mines. Yeah, I remember. It's when you go all the way through in that big lava cave that essentially marks the end of the level, right? Where the weird worms also come out of the ground. Patches stood there and clearly had a trap prepared where there was like I think it was a boulder or something that would have fallen down onto me, but you can approach him like from the other side and it doesn't trigger. Or at least that's how I did it. I didn't trigger the trap, I'm pretty sure. And then he just moved to the Nexus. But now Patches is sitting in the Nexus. And this is the second person that talked about, like the other guy in the Nexus as well, talked about Patches seemingly not being aware of the fact that Patches has been sitting in the Nexus with him the entire time. And now this guy is talking about him too. Which makes me wonder if there's a couple of different places where you can meet Patches, or if maybe now Patches is in this level. Because somehow I did expect Patches to at some point do something that, you know, would be like stabbing me in the back, but he's just been quietly spending his hours in the Nexus selling stuff to me. Huh. But when a grave robber talks about him like that...
Have you been to the altar where the Reapers summon shadows? Well, I think someone may be trapped in the lower cavity. I heard them praying for dear life. Pity the poor fool. He probably fell from one of Patch's old tricks.
Okay.
Pity the poor fool.
So there is another person here that potentially fell victim to Patches. Oh. He's selling quite a few new items. Okay, leather armor. Barbarian said he had those before, but this is new. A kunai. Poisoned weapon, aim and throw to attack. Why does this... It almost feels out of place here, right? Why does this exist in Demon Souls already? Pretty cool. Moon Shadestone Shard. Couple arrows, and then he sells this. Phosphorescent grains. Increases magic resistance temporarily. It looks like the stuff the manta rays are shooting, right? Or at least somewhat similar to it. Grains made from dried magical slug remains. What? Grants additional resistance from magic damage temporarily. The slugs thrive in the fluorescent water. What? What? What fluorescent water? What the hell are they talking about? Okay, I wanna...
But a bit of indulgence.
Yeah. Let me get a couple souls first. Since I don't know whether or not he's gonna go away at some point.
Oh, hello.
Do want to grab one of those. Mainly because I want to take... So, I'm thinking of this as being a sparkly item. And since it's sold on the very same level that also has the crow in it,
Sure not to get yourself killed.
I do wonder if that would count as a sparkly item that we can exchange. Although, since it is a consumable, I would guess that maybe it's not really going to give you too much of a crazy good thing. That looks strange. Oh, that's just a bloodstain. That looks rather ominous against the very white background, doesn't it? Those smoky bits? Huh. Okay, so is this gonna open by stepping onto the pressure plate? Probably. Oh. Ooh, hello. Looks awesome. What the hell? So some sort of Reaper guy is summoning in phantom ghosts to fight for him? Ooh. Oh, that looks scary as fuck. Especially since they're walking so slowly towards me. What the heck is going on? I really quite, I don't know, taken aback by how they're changing up the atmosphere so much. Like, I don't know, something about this just makes the game feel very, very different. I don't know, compared to Dark Souls especially, I don't know, something about this just, I want to say makes it feel more cohesive. Ah, well, that doesn't really... Hey, cool, nice. Okay, well, they're not super threatening, but maybe they're gonna get resurrected? Or do they spawn in infinitely or something? Oh, hello. Hey, more of those stones. Interesting. Oh, yeah, something about this is just... Okay. Once again, surprised that they don't... I don't know. I would have thought that they'd inflict some sort of status effect. Huh. What an interesting place. I don't even know how to put it into words. It's just so... It's so different and unexpected. I guess it could be somewhat reminiscent of the what's it called? Oh, that looks cool. What the hell? Very, very cool design. But yeah, it's somewhat reminiscent of the ghosts in the... what was it called? In Dark Souls. The city where you have to use the like special consumable item in order to even be able to hit the ghosts. Like the drowned city, something. Quite strange that it looks like they're respawning in a lit up entrance cave thing. Let me check the other room though. Oh, shit. Well, that's not what I wanted. Oopsie. Hello, mister. Whoa! That's not nice. Ah, there we go. Okay, that got rid of all of them. Holy shit, he was dealing a lot more damage with his magic than I thought he would. Well, at least this way, even though it was on accident that I fell down, this way I guess I dealt with them. Holy shit, this place looks awesome! Like, even the, I don't even know what it is, like murky, foggy looking water with magic in it or something. What an awesome design. Skeletons and the water reflecting in the small alcoves. It's incredible. Okay, there is another pressure plate here, which makes me wonder if... it's probably gonna open up another door, right? So before I activate that... I guess that does mean that the ghost things probably would have kept respawning the entire time, right? Until you get rid of the death scythe wielder. Oh, what is that? Some weird kind of mushroom-looking things growing out of the ground. It's quite a bit more extensive than I thought it would be. Oh, hello! That is Patches, isn't it? Huh. What is he doing here? I guess it means he's gonna try to lure me into a trap again. Also, yeah, the pressure plate is definitely gonna open up the other door. And Patches tries to lure you back in here. Such a cool enemy design. Yeah, Patches tries to lure you in here with the sparkling stones. Wait, he has the shield equipped. Has he always had that? The one with the adjudicator on it? Oh, that looks awesome. Holy shit, this looks awesome. Why is this... This level in terms of atmosphere is absolutely brilliant. Honestly, a lot better than... I don't want to say it, but isn't this a lot cooler in terms of its design than the grave sites in Elden Ring? Maybe it's just because you go there so often, like the Elden Ring stuff, as I mentioned earlier, it's just, oh, that's so... I thought I was just able to walk over there, right? From this perspective, it looks like you can just walk to that item, just like you can walk into the door frame here, but obviously you can't, you're gonna fall down. Awesome place. But yeah, it's difficult to talk about those things thinking back on Elden Ring, because the grave sites are reused so much, and they appear so often throughout the course of the game that you kind of burn out on the design a little bit, I think. Much like the, what are they called? Much like the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, right? Wait, this is a different door? Why is there an item still? Guess I must have overlooked this. So yeah, when you enter your first sort of catacombs in Elden Ring, it's a pretty awesome design, and it's also quite unique in its sort of bright white light that shines everywhere, but I don't know, something about this is just way, way cooler. I don't know, these little alcoves with the skeletons in them and the, well, whatever weird magical water stuff that's reflecting on them. I don't know. Ooh, wait a second. There's another pressure plate here. Wait, is the pressure plate giving out... Why is it smoking? Maybe the one in the middle isn't the one that I want to go for? Ah, there we go. Okay, so it's just a normal trap, I guess. Wait, where did it... I didn't actually see a place where they shoot out of on the other side, though. Okay, well. What are we doing about patches, then? Hi, buddy. I like how there's just a big, obvious hole in the middle of the room, right in front of him. But I mean, we've already met you. Oh, hey, there's another door here. I wonder if the pressure plate's gonna open up both. Or maybe not. Maybe that's where you appear again? Because, I mean... Very clearly, patches will try to, Somebody's calling me. Yeah, well, don't have time right now. Oh, that's actually a pretty far drop. What are you doing, huh? Why are you smiling like that?
Oh, hello again.
Hi.
Hey, don't turn a cold shoulder. I didn't mean to do you wrong, really.
I mean, you haven't.
Come on now. We've got better things to fret about. That pit there is filled with treasure. But, I'm having a little trouble getting to it myself. Go on, take a look. There are more riches than you could dream of.
Yeah, I'm sure. Bit weird how he starts off the conversation, right? Because technically he hasn't really done us wrong yet.
What's keeping
He
you?
tried to.
Have a look at that treasure down in the pit. Then we'll think up a way to fish it out.
This is always like a weird...
Have a look at that. Then.
A weird situation, because clearly he's like luring us into a trap, right? He's gonna throw us down the pit, if I were to look at it. That being said, oh. Why is he turning around? That's interesting. Do you fear that I'm gonna attack you or backstab you if you don't turn around, huh? What's going on there, Patches? But yeah, it's quite curious because it's very, very obvious that he's gonna push us down into the pit. Something about it, or sometimes rather, I guess that's more my, knowledge about the FromSoft games, is that I feel like his, whatever he tries to do is only really gonna progress properly if you kind of fall into his trap. But I don't wanna at the same time, because it feels dumb to just follow through on what is a very, very obvious attempt at him luring you into his trap. Let's push the pressure plate first. I wonder if it's gonna open up both doors, or if it's only opening up one. Because I feel like there would have to be another way to get down to wherever he wants to go. Okay. I halfway expected there to be another one of these, death-sized wielders. During the cutscene, it almost looked as if this was... Oh. Are those dead manta rays on the ground? Why is this so dark? It looks like it, doesn't it? Huh. So now we're below that sort of temple cliffside thing. Unknown warrior soul. Yeah, there's a couple of dead manta rays here. Ooh, hello. And a couple skeletons. Yeah. Okay, so this clearly goes down to that, whatever that is, that I've pointed out a few times now. Why are there dead ones here, though? Did somebody kill them, or do they just come here whenever they die? Wait, the color of the stones changed. And this is still closed. Okay. I guess they just sometimes change color. Difficult decision, difficult decision. Can I... Sometimes it's a bit annoying to have to run around between NPCs and stuff. I wonder... Technically, the Grave Robber already tipped us off about Patches potentially wanting to lure us into another trap, right? Just wondering, since we now talk to him, if his dialogue has maybe changed.
Oh, hello. I'm here to ready the poor fool. But a bit of indulgence.
So the thing is, clearly there is another door behind Patches that probably also opens up with a pressure plate, right? The question that I'm having is, I feel like it would be very weird if the only way to open it up and go down there would really be through that trapdoor Patches is standing in front of. I don't know, something about that just seems weird. So what I'm wondering is if maybe if I go down the cliffside on the outside, I could potentially find another entrance into the same... Oh, hello. into the same space? Huh. There's actually more PvP going on than I thought. Maybe I'm finally entering sort of the more used or frequent PvP level range. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, right, I'm wearing the Thieves' Ring, so maybe they didn't actually, see me. Ah. Come here. Why are you healing? Oh boy. Huh. Oh, what the fuck was that? That was a big frame drop for a second there. Huh. Weird. I find it strange that the game does seem to have a couple of issues when it comes to multiplayer and sometimes loading it in and stuff. I wonder why they healed, because isn't it, like, typically you kind of shouldn't? That's more of a gentleman's agreement, though, right? You don't necessarily have to adhere to that. I find it strange that I was able to slay 2 invaders now. Because, like, the people that are typically invading, I would have thought, at least the people, whenever I got invaded, although it's a very, very rare occasion in later FromSoft games, unfortunately, but whenever it did happen, they were clearly, like, really, really capable PvPers, right? And I was completely, like, unequipped to deal with them. But the 2 that I fought in Demon's Souls so far just seemed like normal players that, for whatever reason, just wanted to try out to invade people. I mean, maybe? It's difficult to say, right? But I was certainly surprised how well I was able to deal with them right here. I guess my poise is pretty good, but still, I mean, Maybe they were also lower level than me? I don't know. I wish I would get more out of it, though. What did I even get? A couple souls, right? But that's pretty much it? I find that to be quite strange. Okay, that's patches. Is there no other pressure plate here? I guess there isn't. Whatever, let's do what I originally wanted to do, which is seeing if there is in fact another way of entering whatever cave Patches is standing in front of. Oh, well, bye-bye. This does lead quite far down, though, so it honestly doesn't necessarily look like there would be any sort of oh boy, both at the same time, really? I hate that when I get into a bad position once, it's very difficult to get back out of it again. Also, they have a ton of health. Holy shit. A lot more than I thought anyways. Stop it! Damn it! Oh, I hate this! That is just because I use a shield. If I had a fast roll, this would be so incredibly easy to deal with, but somehow, just utilizing a shield, doing nothing else, just utilizing a shield means that you can pretty much be stun-locked by enemies. Which is such a weird thing that happens. Ah, well. Whatever. Wait, the world tendency turned white. Or, I guess it turned back again? No. I think my character tendency turned more white. Oh, probably because I slew the phantom person. How interesting. Okay. So that means if you are able to kill invaders, that turns your character tendency more white. What does that mean for the levels though? Oh, really? That guy just respawns? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, what does that mean for the Well, at least he is pretty easy to deal with once you know what's up. But because so far, I really haven't encountered anything that would suggest that character tendency even does anything at all. But now that I start to think about it, it does make me wonder whether or not character tendency might be a way to circumvent bad world tendency. I mean, I really don't know if that's the case, obviously, right? But I feel like... Stop falling down. I always think that I'm just gonna accidentally fall down. Because of their weird movement. But yeah, because what I learned so far, right, over the course of the playthrough, is that apparently world tendency, well, clearly, world tendency changes what the level looks like, right? To a degree. A couple enemies might change, a couple doors might open. And dying to bosses repeatedly, I don't know if it is to normal enemies, but definitely to bosses. If you die to bosses repeatedly while you're in normal body form, that shifts the tendency to black. And if you kill bosses in soul form, that shifts it to white. The issue being, you can die a lot of times to bosses. However, you can only kill them once, right? Which means that in order to achieve pure white tendency, you'd essentially have to go through New Game Plus, at least so far as I understood it. And I felt like that was a bit of a dumb system, because that prevents you from achieving white world tendency at all during your first playthrough, pretty much, right? Unless you're a god at the game. But, you know, especially for people who might attempt their first FromSoft game, there's no chance of ever achieving white world tendency on your first playthrough. If it actually works like I just described, right? Which I'm obviously not 100% sure about. That being said, if somehow your character tendency might also influence the world, meaning that if you have pure white character tendency and neutral world tendency, maybe that somehow counts as having pure white world tendency as well, as long as the world isn't shifted to black. Obviously, no idea if that's how it works, but if that's the case, then through killing invaders, you might still be able to achieve the same effect as if you were killing bosses in soul form. I wonder if it truly is a way to circumvent that. Or, alternatively, it could be that character tendency just means that other things change? I don't know. I mean, there could be a lot of things that influence that, right? Oh, I actually dropped 11k souls. I guess because the death size guy potentially drops a couple. Okay, can I just lure the first one? Because I don't want to fight both of them at once again. Come here. I hate that you have to pretty much bait out the big overhead, because that's the only. Oh wait, he drops 2k souls. I mean, I know that I'm wearing the ring, but still, why is that so much more compared to the earlier enemies in the level? Come on, there we go. It is, once again, quite a curious design choice as to why they decide to make these enemies quite a bit stronger than the earlier ones. Oh, come on. I guess that works too. Another fog gate. Does it have to be this dark? Okay, there is another ghost here, which means that there's probably another one of them summoning things. Since I'm now further below, I mean, it feels like a lot further below, though. Oh, what is going on there? Oh, the design of this place is so incredible. Can't get over how cool it looks. Yeah, it does make me wonder, technically, if there's more of these ghosts here, it means there should be another one of them, of the things summoning them. Oh, hello. The fuck are you? Nope. Oh, there we go. Huh. Time for shooting, yeah. Can't say that twice. I always want to start talking about the game design again because it feels so fundamentally different to what they're doing in the later games. And what I mean by that is mostly that in terms of difficulty progression, Demon's Souls is so different from FromSoft's other games. Because of its non-linearity with the Archstones. Because, sure, Dark Souls and the other games, they also have a ton of non-linearity. I mean, Elden Ring specifically, but even Elden Ring arguably doesn't really work the same as Demon's Souls does. Something about how this game works. I don't know, maybe it's also because I'm so used to how they're doing it, right? Which is also kind of a... well... dagger. What is that? Oh, there you are. Whoa. Nice. What the fuck was that? Why did I even fall down? Didn't feel like I was particularly close to the wall. I hate that that can happen. I hate that it shifts your character forward whenever you attack. In a game that is so reliant on you, essentially, you know, not falling down. Oh, for fuck's sake. The thing is just... It feels like I'm moving down quite a bit further than what that pit of patches would be in terms of depth. So, makes me wonder if in fact I would go past it there. I hate that he gets off that attack so quickly. It feels like I really don't have a chance of escaping that. Why am I not equipping this, by the way? There we go. As long as I still have it. Now I have to go through the skeletons again. That never feels great, by the way, in FromSoft's games, if you just die to stuff like that. Which is why I think, I don't know, Death to Fall... For fuck's sake, really? Are you kidding me? Oh, I hate when stuff like this happens. This is so unnecessary. Why? Why would you design it that way? Why would you destroy the fun that you can have with your own game? Because there was no way for me to prevent that, really. I mean, sure, I shouldn't have hit him 3 times in a row, I guess, but how am I supposed to guess that he's gonna walk past me, not hitting me, and then my character just turns because I was locked on? And yeah, at that point there really wasn't a way to prevent that from happening. Like, what a dumb thing, right? Okay. At least this works. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's so unnecessary. I guess you could say they're punishing you for trying to get rid of these guys too quickly or something, but it's still, it's... Especially because he does that every single time, right? So the reason for why it feels so bad is because it feels like you're essentially, you know, at the mercy of... Oh, for fuck's sake. At the mercy of the enemy's dumb AI. Because they're doing stuff that is just so dumb that you don't really, you know, you just don't really expect it to happen. That's sort of the main thing. Let's seal up before that person gets here. Yeah, you just don't really expect it to happen, and so you're kind of, I don't know, you're just, I guess. I mean, once you know that it can happen, it's fine. But yeah, I don't know. Dude, where the hell? Oh, there you are. Wait, it's the same person from earlier. Did they also equip the Thief's Ring? I guess they did. What was that? Huh? Oh, there you are. I wanted to try to shove them up the cliff. Would be pretty funny, honestly. What? I feel like they're a much lower level than... than I am. For fuck's sake. What? Okay, I disagree with that. Huh? It didn't even count as them hitting me. Well, that's what I hate about these fights, though. Like, it's... Now they're healing as well, right? Yeah. It's so unnecessary. Like, look at this. This is not a fight. Like, what is this? Do they want to bait out my bleeding or what? Because that's... Hello? Yeah. You don't want to fight me on the cliff, huh? Huh? You're too afraid to fight on the cliff? Come here. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is annoying. Like, that's why I don't typically do PvP, because it's just, like, it's unnecessarily annoying. So dumb. So dumb. I don't think they can fall down here, though, right? Really? Oh my god, is this annoying. What the? Huh? I don't even know what happened there. It's just an exhaustingly annoying fight. Why are they so much quicker than... I don't agree with that. And I don't even... Huh? They're not even behind me when they're doing that. Oh my god, this is boring! Fucking hell. I kind of want to lose simply because it's not really going anywhere, right? I mean, sure, I'm also healing, but it's like, what? They're invading me, right? So it's, I feel like I'm allowed to. Wait, what? Why are they, what? Why were they fat rolling all of a sudden? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is probably one of the most boring things that I've done so far in this game. By far. Why? They're standing right next to me, not behind me. What the hell? Are you kidding me? And you cannot even really... fucking, like, forward... Yeah, sure, hit me once and run away. What a cool way of fighting. What the fuck? Like, what? How boring can you fight? Are you kidding me? And then they can just run past me and apparently immediately it just counts as a backstep for some reason? Okay, I'm just gonna shield now. This is so dumb. I can fight dirty too if you're doing it. For fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? Why would you run away? Yeah. Just hiding behind enemies. What the fuck? What the hell? Why is that dealing so much damage compared to the other stuff? Really? Oh, I don't even want to use all of the damn healing items for this. Finally. Fucking hell, this was boring. And they healed first, even. Wait, did they? They might have. It's just, it's not fun, like, fighting somebody that is constantly running away. Like, constantly just running away. What is that fighting? Like, what? Stand your ground and fight, and not run away a billion miles. Oh, this was okay, if they're invading me again, I'm just not gonna heal, because there's no point. Like, if they're healing, it's just gonna take a billion years to happen, and I don't know. It's probably not even the brightest idea to constantly restore my body here, because, yeah, that's not really... Man, I'm really bummed about that, because the earlier encounters I felt like were pretty cool. Like a couple of the encounters that I had in PvP. Well, it was only really 2, but like felt like they were pretty okay-ish. But this is just not really, like, if all you're doing is invading and then running away the entire time, right? It's just not fun. Because there isn't really any point to it, right? At that point. I can do that. I could have just run away the entire time. I could have just hide somewhere. I mean, maybe I should have, but it's just not really all that fun. I tried pushing them off the cliff a couple of times, which is, I think, why they didn't really want to fight here, because they probably were afraid that they would fall down. Stop! Stop rolling off the cliff! They're doing that all the time! And the issue is that your character just turns with it, and if you press R1 while that's happening, you're just gonna die. The fact that they even, like, you know, hit in front of the enemies, maybe I should have just lured them out, but I'm pretty sure they don't actually hit phantoms, right? So I would have been at a severe disadvantage here. Okay, the other one's turning. What the f... How is that... Okay. Oh yeah, also the backstab that they were using was bullshit. Like, they were backstabbing me before they even stood behind me. Which I thought was really, really dumb. I think, well, you know, considering that I've watched Peeve for a long time and seen what he's done, like, if you're very familiar with the systems of the game, I'm pretty sure you can kind of do that and get away with it. Stop spamming! What the hell? Why can you just do that? He just infinitely spams the same attack if you do it like that. Or if you try to, like, block his attacks and run out of stamina. Why is that a thing? I don't think that should happen, honestly. Oh, right, do that again. Thank you. Fucking hell. Okay. Let's see if I can find the guy again, this time without actually falling down. Fucking hell. This is, yeah. That fight really took a lot of my enjoyment out of this level, to be entirely honest. Oh yeah, thank you. That was wonderful camera work. But yeah, it's... I get what they were trying to do, right? I'm not saying that they are necessarily wrong in what they were doing, because clearly it worked, and, you know... Okay, yeah. The hitbox on that is pretty dumb. Because it was still to the right of me, but still somehow counted as if it hit me. Either way, what I was gonna say, like, it's fine to, well, okay. That's really dumb, that he can just die by falling. But okay. At least I got rid of him, huh? I wonder if there's another one? I don't necessarily think so. But yeah, you know, since you are an invader, I do think that your purpose, kinda, is to be as annoying as possible, right? I mean, clearly that's the idea behind it. That being said, if, you know, if it comes to an open fight like that we just had, and, you know, at that point, I feel like you should maybe just stand your ground and fight rather than... I don't know. Okay, this does look eerily like a boss arena though, doesn't it? Which still make... Whoa! Where the hell are you guys coming from? Okay. Did I run past another one of those scythe-wielding shadows then? Maybe. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, now we're back outside. Oh, and we're quite close to the... Yeah, this has to be the boss arena, right? Very much looks to be the case. Although, if the Archstone truly does work like the other ones, it might be that there is another, like, in-between boss in the room that I was just looking down towards. Why are there so many messages here? Seems somewhat concerning. I still think there should be a way to get into that room Patches was going to drop you down into, but... maybe not? Are you not doing the... No. Guess he's one of the normal ones? Okay, now we're opposite of where I was. Couple more ghosts here. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was, wow. Some positioning. War Scythe. Wait a second. He drops that. Bleed. A pole weapon used for slash attacks. Pole weapons can sweep multiple targets in a single swing, but difficult to handle and require both strength and dexterity to wield properly. That's unfortunate. I thought it was like a longer sword or something. Don't really want to use a pole arm, to be honest. At least they're really, really fair in terms of the positioning of the scythe-wielding guys. Well, obviously they're not. I mean, clearly they're luring you into a trap and whatnot, right? And they're sort of standing off to the side so that you can easily run past them. But once you know where they are, they're positioned in a way we can get to them quite quickly, and they're not overly difficult to deal with. So, yeah, in that regard, I think they're pretty all right. Okay, the level continues a lot longer than I thought it would. And for some reason, there's weird slugs now. This reminds me of Bloodborne. the whole slug situation that you quite frequently run into in that game. Fuck. I have a lot of souls with me. I don't want to die here. Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Seriously? Ugh, okay. Well then. Guess that answers the question of what those are. Okay, so I guess it's quite easy to get back to where Patches was, right? So no matter what I'm doing here, I can just always run back to him, I guess. What? Okay, sure. Oh, examine remains. There we go. Sticky white slime. Okay. Guess this is where that's coming from. I just need to be careful. I kind of want to... Let's go through the cave first, maybe. Just to be sure that there's nothing else. Oh, interesting, though. What the hell is the implication behind all of this? Because I'm pretty sure that, you know, these weird swirly bits that are always around the... Oh, hello. Where the hell did you come from? Yeah, the weird swirly bits that are always around, around items and whatnot. They're down here as well. And they're like a mini version of the explodey bits. Wonder what the hell that means. I feel like I'm missing a lot of potential lore implications with these things, but I'm also really unsure as to what it could mean, might mean, should mean. I don't know. Okay, so this looks like it might lead back into the big room, which might be a boss, right? And considering that I do have 43,000 souls with me, I am thinking about potentially just using the Archstone shot to get back to the Nexus. Also, that would give me an opportunity to potentially check out whether or not Patches is still there, or if he's just now permanently in this level. And while I'm on that, I think it might be a good idea to just get myself thrown into Patches' trap. I think... Yeah, because this leads down quite a bit further than I thought it would. The only annoying bit would be that I'd have to go back through the damn skeletons on the outside of the level, right? Because it doesn't seem as if there's a way to get past them any other way. Unless, yeah, well, if I try out Patch's Trap, then maybe there is. Either way, let's check it out. Oh. Yeah, this is definitely a boss room. I wonder if I'm going to be fighting the weird stone man. Legendary warrior soul. Ew, what the fuck happened here? Man, this place is cool in terms of its design. A lot about this is absolutely incredible. I have a bit of trouble liking the skeleton fights, and yeah, the PvP encounter was weird. Oh, hello. He's a lot less stony all of a sudden. What the fuck is wrong with him? Wait a second, is he the guy that was being talked about earlier? Somebody saying something about a guy with like an orange aura? Old hero. Might be the case, huh? Oh, is he blind? I think he's blind. I wonder if my Thieves' Ring is going to come in clutch here. Can he him? Oop. Okay. His weapon looks as if he could potentially do some sort of ranged attack with it. Okay. Wait, is he just gonna... Is he trying to attack the last position he hurt me at? So that's what it feels like. Wait, shouldn't he know where he got attacked from, though? What is happening? Whoa, okay. That was a lot quicker than I thought. Holy shit. Wait, do ranged attacks work too? Well, it's really not a lot of damage at all. But I mean... Is he gonna do that the entire time? Ooh. Okay. Is it good to have the Thieves' Ring equipped here? Because if so, that would be quite funny. If I kind of accidentally did the right thing here. Okay. Now he's definitely more aggressive. He still doesn't really know where I am, though. He's just a lot more aggressive now. So I guess I just need to be careful not to be hit, sort of. Because he can, I'm pretty sure he can, like, do a very quick swing or something. Why is there a random item lying here, by the way? Okay, I'm actually quite confused now. Because aside from just being a little bit more aggressive than previously... Yeah, okay. There we go. So he does sometimes just charge at your position. He just doesn't really know where you are for most of the time, I guess. But I mean, there's a ton of these, like, pillars and stuff in the way, so... I think that kind of prevents him from knowing where you are. Ooh. Holy shit, okay. I think that would certainly damage you quite a lot if he indeed hit you with it. Whoa. Okay. Hmm. 40k souls. What the hell? Okay. Well, at least that gives me another, archstone to port into. And I think it also means that this probably does in fact work exactly like the other archstones, in that that will be the actual boss behind that door. Or rather, not the actual boss, but the last boss of the level. Hero Demon Soul. Old Hero Demon. Okay. What am I carrying around that is already... let's send this to storage, send this to storage. The dagger can go to storage. Pick up anything else? I guess I could just send a couple of these to storage for now, right? Probably the bolt too, since I don't even really have a crossbow anymore at this point. Just very quickly double check. Yeah, okay. That should be enough to pick it up, right? Holy arrow. Huh. I wonder if they're... Because they're giving you a lot of arrows in this level, right? I wonder if that's partly due to the fact that you're supposed to maybe hit him more from range. I'm not sure what to make of these encounters. Because I feel like so far Demon Souls has been, I would say, about 70 to 80% these more gimmicky encounters. Or gimmicky, I don't want to say gimmicky because that sounds as if they're bad. Like, I don't think this was actually a bad encounter. I thought it was quite interesting, especially when you don't know how it works, because you can never be sure that he's not suddenly turning around and instantly killing you or something, right? So, I think what this fight did really, really well is create tension, right? Which is, I think is something that, especially bosses in Elden Ring just lack completely, right? They're so aggressive that it's very rarely an actual sort of atmospheric fight, right? It can be quite a challenging fight from a gameplay perspective, but it rarely is a fight that builds up cool sort of atmosphere or tension, I think. That would count for the vast majority of fights in Elden Ring anyways, I think. I would say that for the most part, fights in Demon Souls so far against bosses have been definitely on the easy side, which doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing though, right? Because this fight, again, it created a lot of tension. I didn't really know what he was capable of. I didn't know how strong he would be if he hit me. I mean, he did hit me once through my guard, right? So if he had struck me again, I feel like I would have lost quite a bit of health. So in that sense, it was a pretty awesome fight. But at the same time, okay, I think this will probably, this will probably lead to the last boss right away. Altar of Storms. Yeah, this definitely leads outside. I'm thinking, though, Altar of Storms, Archstone of the Old Hero Demon. The hero's remains were cleansed with bright water and offered to the Storm King, a beacon for countless storm beasts whose broad wings blacken the sky. The hero's remains were cleansed with bright water and offered to the Storm King. So, what? All the people and whatnot that are offered up to the Storm King, they're, I don't know, turning into stone and just, I don't know, get to be part of the environment. Don't fully understand what that means, but I feel like there were a couple of bits and pieces of information that we got at certain points that were connected to this, but at the same time, it didn't really offer up enough to where it would really be helpful. Okay, Patches is really gone, so I guess he remains where he is. I find it strange, so it looks like there is no other way to get to where he potentially pushes you down towards, right? So it looks like it's only really whatever cave you land in, and then you can somehow get back to the door that will open up behind Patches. Okay, fair enough. I have so many souls now that I'm inclined to try out what the hell happens when you offer souls to this weird statue here. Oh. Statue of Reflection. Wait. Seek forgiveness, fractured world, customized character. What the hell does fractured world mean? Okay, so for 25k souls, you can like re-roll your character essentially? Or not re-roll, but you can alter your appearance. I have no idea what this means. Okay, well, whatever it means, it feels like it's not necessarily something that is required during a playthrough or that offers up any sort of unique things. I feel like, so seek forgiveness. I'm somewhat certain that this would mean that you can, like if you got on bad terms with an NPC, that maybe through this, it would like revert back to its original state. It might have something to do with world tendency, but that would be strange. That would be equally strange if you could just return world tendency to neutral by offering up 20k souls. I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't really fit with the system, but maybe the statue was added in the remake. I don't know. I have no idea what fractured world means. It sounds like it might have something to do with world tendency, but I'm really, really not sure about that. Huh. Well, I guess in this case I won't try it. Okay, well, let's just level up then before I do that. Okay, let's repair stuff. Still absolutely no idea where the heck I am gonna get a colorless soul from. No freaking idea.
The monk got this too.
She's still saying absolutely nothing.
I swear, he fooled me, but I
I wonder if maybe his questline is going to progress with... Because it sounds like he was pushed down in a similar pit, potentially? I don't know.
Thou seekest, then touch it. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Wait, I can only level up twice.
Strength be granted, so the
Oh, this
world
doesn't even
might
give me
live.
more attack power. That's interesting.
So the
So maybe
world
go with
might
a point in vitality. I might be able to level up further if I use a couple of souls that I still have in my inventory.
Art, may thy strength.
I know that I'm wearing the ring now, but it still feels as if the amount of souls that I get from enemies vastly, like, increase like 3-4 times after the first boss of this level that I did. Like the subsequent, the amount of souls that the Reapers drop, the amount of souls that the subsequent skeletons drop, that's quite a lot, right? I mean, this was way more souls than I acquired earlier, I want to say. Oh, wait a second though. Didn't I have 80k? Oh, for fuck's sake, did I offer up 25k souls right away without actually doing anything? Oh. Ah, okay. Do you want to enter the fractured world? What? I don't know what that means. Wait, is that referring to the broken archstone maybe? Huh? Okay, so shit, I didn't realize. So I accidentally already paid 25k souls. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of how that works, but either way, I mean, it does ask you for confirmation, so I guess it's fine. Do I just want to try that? I mean, is there any harm in it? I don't even know what it means. Ah, fuck. Patches is gone now. I would have liked to buy a couple of healing items, honestly. Because I'm running low after that awful PvP encounter. And he's not really selling anything
No interest, I can tell you.
too special. I could... was there another merchant somewhere? Maybe the guy... Wait, did he sell healing items, though? Hopefully I'm not... But I think... Now that I paid the 25k, it probably stays that way, I'd imagine, right? So let's go back here real quick. If the NPC is still there, maybe I'm allowed to buy more healing items from him. Why did world tendency shift? I know I died, but I guess I didn't kill the boss in soul form, did I? Okay, yeah, he's still here. Hello. There we go. Let's just buy a couple of these, because I don't want to run out of healing items at some point. That would be annoying, since I still had more than enough souls to do this. Yeah. Okay,
don't be sure not to get yourself.
before I get pushed down into the pit by Patches, though, Let's see if I can, in fact, enter whatever that fractured world was supposed to mean. I wonder if it's some PvP arena. Don't know if you would necessarily call it fractured world. What confuses me the most is that it's essentially been here the entire time, right? I could have always just offered up 20k souls and utilized the statue. Let's see. What? What? Oh boy, this is weird. Holy shit, this actually messes with my brain somewhat. Wait, what? Why is there a mirror world? What?
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on you.
Have you noticed anything different about our world?
How did you do it? I can't imagine what it'd take if only I knew how to fight. You have a heart of gold.
Oh, wait, maybe.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
Okay.
You have a heart of gold.
Wait, so you can offer up 25k souls, and it just mirrors the world for you? Okay. I wonder if I were to customize my character, if I now just have unlimited uses of that. Because I feel like I can just enter it again, right? So it looks as if offering up 25k souls once just unlocks the statue permanently. I wonder if that counts for forgiveness too, though, because like if you could just do that over and over again, that would be weird. What the hell? Why is there a... that must be something they added for the remake, right? I would be incredibly surprised if that was something that was in the original. So what's the point exactly? Is it just to offer up like a new challenge, maybe? I know that, I mean, back in the day, right? I think there were a couple of video games actually, sort of early 2000s or end of the 90s that had, because what you would typically get, and I think the best example of that probably is GoldenEye on the N64, that I think once you played through it, I don't fully remember it obviously, but at some point you got a menu that essentially just allowed cheats, right? And a lot of games, or well, not a lot maybe, but certainly a number of games had that back in the day, where at some point you would just be allowed to activate cheats through a menu. A couple of newer games have also kind of copied that. I think Uncharted games, for example, you can do that. Some of those options are unlocked like right away. Some of the options are like when you play through it. Some of the options are behind some sort of currency that you can get through playing through the game or doing certain challenges within the levels, I think. The effect would be the same though, right? You get a menu within the game that allows you to turn on like funny things like bigger heads and unlimited ammunition and stuff, right? And I think like back in the day, I remember it very clearly from GoldenEye because it was really, really fun. I think there was like a big head moat definitely in that game. But yeah, quite a number of games had that. And to mirror the world, I think, was an option in GoldenEye as well, wasn't it? It might have been that I'm misremembering that from other games, but to mirror the world, sometimes, I think you can also do it in Uncharted. So it's sort of more of a, well, not really Easter egg, but maybe a way to make the game feel fresh and new again if you've already, you know, been through it a number of times. You can just flip the world and therefore maybe, you know, shake it up a bit. I don't know how interesting it would really be. I think it just mainly just feels weird. I don't know, like entering that fractured world, it really messed with my brain. It almost felt like I was sitting on my chair wrong or something. But I'm sure you'd get used to it quite quickly, and at that point, it really just would be a mirrored world, and you would still know all the locations of items and stuff. Maybe it would mess you up a number of times, but yeah. I mean, sure, it's funny that it's here, right? I mean, it's better to have it than not have it, I guess. I wonder how it works, though, in terms of... could you, like, invade people in that fractured world? How does it work? Do you need to be in the fractured world yourself to be able to invade people that are in the fractured world, or does it just return things to normal? Because obviously somebody who's in the normal world cannot just enter, like, somebody's fractured world? Or is that just random? Maybe the fractured world is also stronger, but it's just so weird that it's apparently just an option that is constantly available for some reason. Because doesn't it feel like something that would just be unlocked after you play through the game? Like when you're in New Game Plus, you just have the option to mirror the world? I think that would, I don't know, somehow make more sense. Well, either way, maybe I'm going to read up on that after stream or something, because, I mean, it's not really an option that I want to use, right? So it's not like I can spoil myself on it. I'm just interested in how it works. Because I don't think that it's going to offer up, like, new items or some such. Well, would be very surprised if it did. Either way. Okay, I spent all my souls, so let's get pushed into the pit by Patches and see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't mean that I'm gonna die right away, because I really don't want to spend more ephemeral stones or, you know, turn the world tendency to black even more. Although, I mean, why not, right? So the Reapers are still here, though. They're always respawning as well. They drop so many souls. Wait, the amount of souls that they drop, does that correspond to the amount of enemies that are still alive, though? You cannot really infinitely farm them, right? Because that would be weird. I don't even... shit, I didn't really pay attention as to whether or not they drop souls at all, like the ghosts.
Have a look at that then.
Well, alright, let's see. I wonder what we'll encounter down there. Freaking asshole Patches.
Don't hold it against me, eh? Take your time starving to death. Then I'll sell every last trinket off your corpse.
Wait, that's your plan? Really? Ooh, hello. Oh, okay, so there's an NPC invader down here, and I'm somewhat certain that guy's gonna be friendly. So I probably want to make sure not to, I wonder if that guy would have attacked me right away had I not worn the Thieves' Ring. Let's try talking to the other person first. Because I thought that Patch's plan was just to push us down here because he knows that we're going to be able to get through here and pick up all the treasure and then potentially share it with him. I did not realize that his plan was to essentially kill us. Because doesn't that sound like an incredibly stupid plan?
Did you fall for that little devil's trap?
Yeah, but kind of on purpose.
He fooled me, and now I am stuck here. The reverberations seem to suggest that we are connected to the outside. A fearsome dark phantom stands between us and freedom. But have no fear. God will cleanse us of evil.
Uh-huh.
Pray with me.
Right.
Umbasa.
Hey! Okay, so that's the dude that the girl is looking for, right? With his Umbasa thing.
Well,
Okay. Well, let's free him. He does look pretty good for, you know, falling down into a hole like this and potentially being stuck here for quite a while. Okay. Let's hope I can deal with the Phantom, though. I mean, I should be able to. So far, most of the Phantoms weren't too difficult to deal with. He's got a double sword, though. Might take away my stamina quite quickly. Hey, buddy! Okay. Huh, okay. Yeah. That's not going to be too difficult, I don't think. Because he... Yeah. This is not going to be difficult at all. What's wrong, huh? Huh? Am I too strong for you? There we go. Man, I really, really wish that the game would be far more in depth in terms of not only its story, but especially how they're sort of presenting the themes and ideas that are present within the game. Because I just wish that they would elaborate on the Black Phantoms and stuff quite a bit further and actually incorporate them into the narrative of the game a bit more. Because I feel like they're kind of trying to do that, right? Because NPC invaders do exist, and the whole world tendency influences the world. And then you have the Crestfallen at the start of the game that is there in his soul form, and then once you find his body, he dies, and so on and so forth, right? So it just feels like a bunch of those themes and ideas that are connected to this summoning and to what, well, essentially amounts to the PvE and PvP systems, like multiplayer systems within the game. I wish they would just elaborate on that a lot more and actually really, really make it part of the narrative. Sadly, there isn't much narrative to speak of. So, yeah, obviously, in order to integrate it into it, there would have to be way, way more. But I just wish there would be, because I feel like it's such a cool idea. I always liked this, the way, or the basic setup of what FromSoft came up with in terms of its multiplayer. And it was so unique at the time. The problem is they've never done anything with it since. Right, and it's amounted to no more than, oh, it's PvP, cool, right? So nowadays in Elden Ring, but even before in Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, it was only ever just multiplayer, right? So you can either play together with friends, or you can be invaded, or, you know, do PvP in arenas and whatnot. Which, don't get me wrong, is cool that it exists at all, but yeah, for me, the initial... like, what intrigued me so much about it initially was this idea of it being part of the narrative, right? Invading other worlds because we're all sort of on the same journey, but in like parallel universes. And I don't know, I feel like there's so many cool implications there that are just never really explored because they don't really, well, do anything with it, and NPCs don't really comment on it. And yeah, I don't know.
It's you. Did you cleanse the world of the aforementioned phantom?
I did indeed.
God has chosen you. And for that we are thankful.
Cool.
Umbasa.
And that's all.
God has Umbasa.
Okay. So you see, I guess he's just gonna go back to the Nexus, right? I thought that Hatch's Trap would actually be more dangerous than this, but... how the hell are you supposed to... I was gonna say, are you supposed to fall down directly onto the thing, but it doesn't even look like that would be possible. Huh. Yeah, no idea how to get that down. Maybe Petrus will help? I suspect this is just gonna lead back up, right? So there really is no other connection here. It's just a staircase that just straight away leads back up to where he was standing? Huh. It does. Hey, buddy. So, about the treasure. He's still smiling.
You?
Yes, me.
Hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, a man's got to make a living, right? Here, look, I can make up for it. There aren't many humans like us. We need to stick together. I know. Have this as a token of my friendship. Not bad, right?
Gash resistance ring. Okay, I mean, I can live with that. Actually, you think he was even aware of the Black Phantom being down there? Because he talked about me starving to death, right? Not being killed. Because I was wondering if he would have the ability to maybe summon in that Black Phantom, but I don't think he... I don't know, but why would a Black Phantom be down there, right? How would that work? I don't really... Oh yeah, it was a ring. Never mind. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's the exact same one. I was going to say, that sounded like a bleed resistance thing. Wait, wasn't this one of the first ones that I got? Or was it not? Where did I get this from?
Come on. Let's be friends. What do you say?
I actually wonder if you could push him down into the pit. If that's a thing. Because you can push people, right?
No need to drag each other.
But I guess he would immediately turn hostile and... He's still turning. Okay, you can see the item, but... It really doesn't look like you would be able to... Yeah. Huh. Is it just supposed to lure you down here? Or... There has to be a way to get that. Right? Patches is also gonna think that I'm crazy, right? Throws you down a pit. You just kill whoever lurks down there, come back up, unscathed basically, and then just jump back down again. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really look like... You can essentially fall quite far, but you're gonna hit the ceiling. It doesn't really look like you'd be able to jump on top of that mountain.
No need to drag each other.
Okay, the good thing is, though, I'm fairly certain that I cleared out everything here, right? Because I went down to the boss room, but there really wasn't much sort of in between that and this place, right? I mean, I was trying to look for an entrance into the cave that Patches was going to push me down towards, but other than that, I'm pretty sure that I cleared out everything until the boss, so all that remains seems to be the last boss of the level. Which, once again, I'm quite... Oh, wait. Wrong floor. I need to go back up. Yeah, it's... I mean, that goes back to the discussion that we've had a couple of times already about the sort of the difficulty and overall level design of the game. Well, anyways, let's talk to this guy first.
Hello? I'm here. This is where
the ancient barbarians offered their honored heroes to the storm.
Yeah, I fought one of them.
To seek storms in life and meet storms in death. That was the warrior's code. But all that's left here now is a fine pile of dust.
Pile of dust
I've
that...
never been so wrong about a dig. Call myself a grave robber? I'm a disgrace.
Well, at least you're still alive. Considering what we met here, or what kind of enemies were here, that has to count for something, right?
So wrong about a dig.
Do I want to buy a couple more healing items? I mean, now I have, what, 18 of these again? 10k souls. I mean, it would be... Oh, right. I need to go back to the crow, huh? At some point, at least. You know what? Let's just buy a couple more. Oh, I can't even buy that many because I would have to put them into storage. Oh, well, whatever. I want to go back to the Nexus either way. Or have to go back to it, rather. If I want to go to the other Archstone. But yeah, the level structure of Demon Souls, I actually do appreciate that all the Archstones, except for the first one, are the same. In terms of length and in terms of, like, design, right? Because they always have... They have an Archstone where you start out. Then there are two bosses in between that both, like, generate another Archstone, right? And then the last boss is always pretty much directly between the one before it, right? Which I think is a pretty cool setup overall. Because it means that the levels don't overstay their welcome. I think it's pretty cool that the last boss is pretty much, like, I don't know, it is one of those things where, sure, it would be more of a challenge to have, like, more of the levels sort of in between the bosses, right? But I think there is something to be said about the last boss being, well, sort of the cliffhanger encounter, or the like, major encounter, right? And everything sort of focused on that instead of having another part of the level before it. And I also think that while, of course, compared to, you know, the later FromSoft games, Demon Souls does have to, or it seems like Demon Souls is quite a bit shorter in terms of overall, like, level length, right? If you were to sort of sum it all up, I think it's quite a bit shorter, even than Bloodborne. Or not, maybe not quite a bit, but certainly a bit shorter. Assuming that the last Archstone that I still haven't done is of equal length, and also assuming that I'm quite or somewhat close to the end of the Boletaria level, and that there's nothing else after that. Obviously, there is still going to be something, but I feel like it's just going to be, oh, there is like a final boss. We're going to fight the old one and lure it back to slumber, right? Because that's kind of our task here. But yeah, I think that there's a couple of things that I really like, and a couple of things that are a bit confusing, and I don't know if they're bad in terms of design choices, or if it still works. So what I like a lot is obviously the idea that you can tackle the game out of order, right? Or that there isn't even really an order. You can just say, oh, this Archstone is particularly interesting to me, and you can start it, right? And I think, and that is what creates this kind of a problem here, is that I think what they want you to do is basically kind of take turns looking at the different Archstones, looking at what they are, what kind of enemies they are, how difficult they are to fight, right? And maybe pick the one that is either more suited to whatever class you're using, or is more suited to your gameplay style, or just overall the most interesting for you or something, right? And if you kind of have like a sneak peek of every Archstone, then what's going to happen is that the game is actually going to give you quite a few options in terms of items that drop, in terms of NPCs that you're meeting, right? So I would say that overall you get a lot more options if you sort of take a sneak peek, or at least a look at every Archstone before committing to play through one in particular, right? But the trouble with that is, and I obviously, as somebody who has played quite a few of these games already, I think I'm somewhat adept at, you know, getting through the levels. Sure, I'm dying sometimes with stupid stuff, but that happens to everybody, right? Point being that I'm not entirely sure how difficult this game would have been back in the day when it originally released, right? And how much you would have struggled to play through it. Because, like, the bigger the challenge is, the more I think you're inclined to visit other archstones, right? If you realize, oh fuck, I'm either completely underleveled for this, or there's just something that seems very, very difficult to overcome, you can say, well, I'm just gonna move on to the next archstone, right? And the way they're built up, it does seem as if the sort of initial difficulty of each archstone is somewhat similar. They might go up in level a little bit from left to right, I don't know, but overall I think you are quite capable of dealing with most enemies in sort of the beginning areas, especially if you're careful, right? I mean, the big demon in the courtyard of this archstone, for example, is definitely going to be a challenge, especially early on into the game, but you don't have to fight it, right? So, and there's quite a few of those design decisions where you can avoid certain enemies or not even fight them. Obviously, you might be missing out on a couple of items, but yeah, point being that you're kind of, I think, in that regard, you're incentivized to visit all these different archstones, grab whatever you can, and over the course of that journey, it's going to make you more capable, and therefore, eventually, you'll be able to, you know, play further into one of the archstones, right? But I do think that the basic idea here is that you're not really going to do them one at a time, but rather always sort of coming back to them from time to time, right? Which I think also would make the whole, like, the way their NPCs are placed and how they're sort of, well, they're not really stories, but they're little sort of cute little quests are starting and whatnot, right? Would make more sense in that regard. With the problem being that if you're quite, you know, capable of playing these games all by yourself, or stubborn enough to go through one of the archstones because you think, oh, well, I'm going to finish this one first before I start the next one, it feels like you're kind of almost diminishing the experience that you can have with the game. Which now, looking back, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't think that I necessarily missed out on anything too much, especially also because of my build choice. I don't think that I would have necessarily, you know, gravitated towards something else just because I looked at a couple of the other archstones first. But yeah, it's that sort of overall design choice that the game made there is definitely running into an issue if you consider that the player might be good enough to just go through one of the archstones completely and then do the next one, right? Because then you run into that issue of the first part of the archstone is always going to be incredibly easy. And even now, right? I mean, ever since I completed the mines, essentially, both follow-up archstones, Latria and this one, were really, really easy to get through overall. Yes, I had a couple of stupid deaths, but most of them were just, yeah, because of my stupidity or stubbornness or whatever, or because of PvP, not because of the challenges that the levels presented by themselves, right? Although part of that is also that the bosses are all more of a puzzle rather than a challenge, I think. Which I personally do like. I mean, the Flame Lurker, for example, that's probably the boss that I would consider to be the most classical Dark Souls boss, right? Because he's just a demon that is running around his boss room trying to hit you and having multiple different attacks depending on how far away from him you are. And there's a couple of environmental things to consider as well, but most of the other fights are sort of more gimmicky in nature. I mean, Phalanx is incredibly easy, obviously, at the start. The Tower Knight I would consider to be a bit more of a classical Dark Souls boss, but it still has, I don't know, it's big enough and slow enough to where it does feel a bit more like a gimmick fight. Oh, well, the Penetrator. Penetrator is definitely another one of the, like, more of a Flame Lurker type normal boss, I think. But I don't know. The monk in Latria was weird. The Fool's Idol, well, is still a cool fight. Again, you have to consider that this was the sort of the first game of this kind. So if you disregard everything that they did afterwards with the same kind of concepts, then it is pretty cool, right? Which is why I think, or why I personally actually like these more gimmicky puzzle boss fights, because it would have been the first time that they did them, right? The False Idol only really feels kind of boring in comparison when you think about other bosses that worked similar in Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Elden Ring, right? Because those bosses there feel usually somewhat boring, right? These more gimmicky fights compared to the other fights that they have. But here, it works quite well, and it has a cool spin that you just, you know, didn't really happen before. And with this boss, like with the old hero that I just fought, him actually, or I assume he was blind, right? Especially with the way he held his hand. The only thing that I felt was weird about that, although that might have been due to the fact that I was wearing the Thieves' Ring, is that he seemed to never really spot me, right? There was like only 2 instances in the fight where he actually charged at the position I was at. And originally I thought that whenever I was going to go in and hit him, that he would just immediately turn around, right? And that he was the most threatening whenever you sort of came out of cover and got really close to him, but that never really happened. I just hit him twice, ran away again, and then he would just continue his search and never really, beyond the one big explosion that had a very long windup and was very easy to get away from. Yeah, I felt like something was missing there, but again, might have been due to my Thieves' Ring. Other than that, I'm a big fan of this level, actually. It's really, really cool. Has a, like the initial part with the sort of this very windswept Thunder Island is incredibly cool. The idea of placing a demon in the courtyard is incredibly cool, although I do find it weird that it's very, very similar to the first boss. And then the sort of the crypt with the Reapers in them, very awesome design. And in terms of the remake, the color choices that they made there and the overall just look of it, the look of the place was incredible. There's a lot to like here. But yeah, all of these decisions with the Archstones, I'm just not super sure what the intended order here is. And again, to a degree, I think you can definitely make a point that there is no intended order, and that that's the entire point. But I do think if you go with that argument that they definitely made some mistakes along the way where they maybe didn't really consider what would happen if you actually were capable of getting through one Archstone entirely before starting the next one. I do think there should be a couple more bits and pieces here and there, like maybe additional optional difficult enemies within the level. See, that's why I like the demon in the courtyard so much, because it is an optional challenge. You don't have to fight him. You could just let him be. He's not going to see you most of the time, I don't think. You can just run past him and progress the level without having to fight him. And arguably, he's not even really... You could just pick up the items in the courtyard without fighting him, right? The only real benefit of killing him is that you get an additional demon soul, where I'm not even really sure what it amounts to or what I could trade it into. So that's a cool idea, because if you are already really experienced, potentially have cleared most of the other Archstones, then it does give you this opportunity of just fighting a tougher enemy on your own terms, so to speak, right? So whenever you want, instead of being forced into that encounter. But it's only really it is the only time where they've really done that, right? Most of the other Archstones so far, or the levels in general, haven't really offered up that many optional challenges. I don't know.
I have some precious new stuff. You'll find something.
He's just not going to comment on that again? I mean, I guess we...
So, I implore you to stay away from Yurt, the assassin in black.
Maybe you should stay away from you for a bit. Okay. Nothing new, though. Thought that maybe our little encounter would potentially prompt him to... Why can I not buy these? Wouldn't it make sense if they just went into storage immediately?
Well, do as you please.
Oh well. Yeah. Okay, so the thing why I'm constantly sort of coming back to this is because I'm such a big fan of the setup, right? So the later FromSoft games, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, what have you, they do give you options as well, right? They're not exactly linear, but they're also not exactly completely free to go wherever you like, right? So I would say, in that regard, obviously excluding Elden Ring, Demon's Souls definitely offers up the most freedom in terms of how you approach things. Which, that part of it I like, but it definitely makes it less of a curated experience, I think. Whereas with Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, it definitely has this feeling of being very, very sort of specifically tuned to what the player has already overcome and what you're now facing in terms of new challenges, right? And level structure and whatnot. It feels quite a bit more curated in its progression curve, I guess, compared to this game. But I think that's not necessarily a problem. I think there is something to be said about, you know, being able to push through one of these archstones and then essentially being rewarded by, you know, being much stronger than the enemies at the start of another one. There's definitely, well, there is a big issue in that people might not consider that to be a desirable outcome, right? I think if you're playing these games for the challenge, for the challenging gameplay, then over-leveling part of it really doesn't feel all too great. And I think there is a major problem with that in Elden Ring, right? Where you can like vastly over-level sections of the world without realizing on your first playthrough. And once you finally get there, they might seem like a total pushover, right? And it seems like you might feel as if you're sort of being, as if that part of the game is being taken away from you because you're overleveling it so much that it's just not going to present much of a challenge. And so it's it's as if you are not even really properly playing that part of the game. There is a big problem in terms of balancing in Elden Ring, certainly. But I don't know. I don't know what it is specifically, but I really love the setup here in Demon's Souls. Something about it just works so well. Maybe it's also because it's so, you know, the structure of it is so obvious, right? Because in Dark Souls Bloodborne, you never really know how the level progresses, obviously. You don't know the world when you're first playing through it. You don't know how it progresses, how long the levels are, where the next bonfire is, and so on and so forth, right? So obviously that is much more interesting in terms of exploration, because you don't know what's coming. But at the same time, it's also way less structured, right? And here you have a very clear structure to everything, right? 5 archstones, 4 of them are basically exactly equal in length and only differ in terms of the actual level themselves, right? In terms of the level design, but not in their length or challenge, really. And because of that, I think it feels much more like a... I don't know, like you're potentially experiencing another part of the theme park ride. I don't know if that's necessarily what I want to say, but it's, yeah, something about the like proper structure this game has is I don't know, makes it very, very enjoyable to play through, is all that I can say. Maybe that's just me, but yeah, it's...
I can forge weapons for you. Do come back alive.
I just like thinking about it a lot, because it tells you so much about the later games, right? And about what they could potentially, I think, especially how much more they could have been had the concepts that are present here in Demon's Souls actually been, you know, had they had chance to develop them further, I think. It's just that for me personally, for my subjective sort of what I like about games, I think sadly they, instead of improving on the things that are interesting for me, they chose to, you know, push the series in a direction that's just not that interesting for me. It still retains a lot of its charm, right? I mean, there is a reason for why I've played most of FromSoft's games, but at the same time, I think for me, it always felt like there was certainly quite a big hole in them, right? Where they could have just done way, way more with a couple of the systems in it. And looking back at Demon's Souls and seeing what they did here, had they kind of chosen a different path, I think their later games would have been, at least in my opinion, much, much better than what they turned out to be. Which is crazy to think about because they're already like one of the like big classics of gaming, right? And widely regarded to be like incredible games. Oh well.
Thank goodness. The Lord has not forgotten me yet. For he has allowed me into the presence of Saint Urbain. I shall serve him and pray with him, and thus express my faith in God. Mbasa.
Mbasa. That's it? You don't have any sort of present for me for bringing him here?
I plan to bequeath all my possessions to Saint Urbain. My grandfather's articles may contain more miracle stone shards like the one he gave me, but they'd only be wasted in my hands. Saint Urbain can hear the voice of God through them.
I wonder if there's some other way that this questline could progress. Because this sounds to me as if whatever she like is in her possession allows me now to potentially buy more stuff from him.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. The fact that I'm helping to save the world. Oh, Saint Urbain, Mbasa.
Mbasa. Tripod.
Oh, Saint Urbain, Mbasa.
People like her, huh? Yeah, I wonder if there's another way to progress these questlines. Also, where the heck is the other guy? Oh, he put up a little... That looks cute. What I find so interesting is that at least the way they're talking about it, there really only is one God in this world, right? Maybe it's their faith in particular, but...
Thanks to you, I was able to seek refuge in this nexus. Now I stay here and pray, along with my disciples, for the heroes facing the demons. If you wish for benevolent protection in your fight against the demons, then bring me demon souls.
Finally!
I will cleanse them and create miracles with their power.
Oh, wait, what? Okay. Wait, so you can just learn... So I can either turn them into sorceries or into miracles. How the hell do I turn them into weapons if it's not with the smith? Or is the only purpose there... Do they only have that in their description because you can turn in the Flamelurker soul and that allows you to upgrade like other weapons for that? I don't get it, honestly.
If you truly are a disciple, then you must have a talisman in God's image.
I do, in fact.
Heavenly miracles occur in Boletaria through the talismans. God has granted this accursed land a special power. It is God's way of telling us We must stand against the demons.
Okay. So the first three are the exact same ones that the other guy offered, right? Where the hell did he go? And also, why is nobody commenting on that? Okay, God's Wrath, unleash a powerful force blast. Whoa. It looks incredible. Dragon Demon Soul. I wonder how strong it is. Revive user from death once. Second chance. From the Hero Demon Soul. Interesting. Huh. So if you're killed, you just come back. Miracle derived from the soul of the old hero demon. Prevents the caster's death one time. This miracle is a symbolic denunciation. The heretical tradition. What? This miracle is a symbolic denunciation. The heretical tradition. I feel like there are words missing there. That worships death and the dead. Okay. I wonder how it works, though. Sadly, the video isn't really telling me much about anything, right? So if you're killed while this is active, does it just give you full HP again? Or do you stay at 1 HP? Because that would be a significant difference, right? Generation, slowly recover HP over time. Swollen Demon. That's kind of crazy, though, that you have to give up Demon Soul for this. Feels like a very basic miracle, right? Send black phantoms back to their world? You can banish people? Okay. Old monk demon. Ooh, that's interesting, because the monk demon looks like a black phantom, right? Returns nearby black phantoms to their own worlds. This miracle is a symbolic denunciation of the mad old man who summoned black phantoms only to enslave them. Okay. I mean, it does have a significant cast time, though, so I'd imagine you'd have to get it off somehow, right? It can probably be interrupted. Okay. It's rather neat, though. It's a cool idea, certainly.
Yes, I see. I certainly cannot force you to do anything. But you must remember, souls are a demonic power.
I want to have the ability to turn them into weapons, for fuck's sake. I want to turn them into miracles or sorceries, as cool as they are.
You have rescued His Augustness. I express my...
Oh, that's why he was talking about that. He was talking about him, not himself.
...of a great illness. Oh, thank God. Umbasa.
Umbasa. That's all?
With His Holiness Saint Urbain back, the magicians will have to watch themselves. Thanks to his holy miracles, you brave battlers of demons will no longer be solely dependent on dark magic. Isn't it wonderful? Surely the demon slayers have awaited such an opportunity.
Surely. The way he speaks is quite sleazy, isn't it? Also, I wonder why they're hinting at this sort of, I don't know, opposition between the miracles, and because that's always been a thing, I think, right? In Dark Souls as well, like sorceries and miracles are kind of supposed to be opposing forces, yet you can use both, and there never really seems to be any consequences to using them.
Do you have any connection to Patches the Hyena? I trust not. He is a depraved, vile man, and he deserves no allies. I hope that an upstanding hero such as yourself is selective when making associations.
It's not like I can choose whether or not he's here.
I recommend the companionship of the jovial Saint Urbain.
I really like the way they voiced him.
Have you heard the rumors about Astraea of the Valley of Defilement? They claim that she and her loyal knight have become demons and lead a clan of degenerate miscreants. In truth, the rumors are surely unfounded. There are all sorts of wrongdoers down there who would think up such nonsense.
Okay.
Yet, if the rumors are true, then may she be eternally damned for her debasement of the Lord's name.
I wonder what he's going to comment on once we go through that archstone.
If then may she be eternally.
Okay. So what? The other guy's just gone now? Is nobody missing him? What the hell? Why? Does that work? Very weird. More dead bodies here somehow? Doesn't seem to be the case. But yeah, I mean, you can't really ally with Patches, right? He's just sort of here? Or was there ever a prompt to become his ally? I don't think so. I mean, he's tried to stab me in the back twice, essentially. Huh. Well, either way, this is a good chance to take a bit of a longer break. I'm going to eat something, take my lunch break. I hope it's not going to take too long, but yeah, it's going to be a bit of a longer break. And when I return, we'll do what I think is probably the last section, last boss of the, what is it, 4th Archstone, right? So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna take my lunch break. I'll be back in a bit. Hello and welcome back. A bit of a quicker lunch break, but I mean, that's overall a good thing, right? Because that means we can jump back into Demon's Souls. One thing that I just realized again is I think the biggest problem that I have with Demon's Souls so far is simply the issue that it's very, very difficult to potentially swap your loadout if you wanted to. Like, I still have absolutely no idea how the hell I'm supposed to be, you know, getting colorless Demon Souls and whatnot. Which is certainly an issue, considering that, well, I would like to use other weapons, but I just can't. That being said,
I can forge weapons for you.
I could switch over to this one, but maybe I should in fact level up this one. Heartstone Shard. Let's just grab one.
No interest, I can tell you're not going to last.
I mean, I have a couple souls still. It might be quite annoying acquiring all the upgrade items for the sword. So, the issue is that I really don't know how much time I want to spend on these things, right? Okay, so we need one of these. Guess I can just go to this guy. I actually wish they would have made this turn the other way around, right? Because you're mainly going to use it to get down to this guy. It's weird that they decided to make it turn that way. Is there no way to turn this into something else? I guess not. Redstone shot. 6 more. Okay, what does it do? 150. 70 behind. The problem is that I also kind of want to get away from my weird shield build and whatnot, but I don't know. If I actually were to do that... Really? Only by 4? I don't remember which one of these guys potentially drops the Heartstone shards. What? How do I already have so many things with me again? Oh, I guess I can send these to storage. Oh, there we go. Why did I even... For fuck's sake. Why did I even buy some? Ooh. It's quite a large drop. I'm surprised that I haven't killed myself dropping down here, but then again, maybe that's impossible. There we go. Ooh, wait a second. Now it can turn into something else. Huh. I really don't know how good fire damage would be. Because typically... with the way damage is calculated in these games, and I know that I talked at length about that in Elden Ring, it's... these double damage type things, they're not always that great. Let's put it that way. Right, so this makes the strength scaling better and drops the dexterity stuff. I mean, I guess... And this would increase the dexterity scaling. Please don't show. Considering how many of these other shards I have, I guess this would be a good opportunity to upgrade these things in another way, right? Because if I would just upgrade it normally, like my current sword, then what really would be the point, right? This drops the scaling completely, though. It's a tough choice. I don't know. Actually, to be entirely honest, considering that I mostly still have to go through the Valley of Defilement or whatever it's called, fire damage might be a good choice there. Thing is, I think I have a couple of weapons that already come with fire damage, right? So changing it to this. And I've never done an upgrade like this in these games. I've never gone for a better scaling on a specific skill. That being said, since I was kind of hoping to at some point be able to use the penetrating sword, I leveled up dexterity quite a bit, right? So if I were to do this, it kind of would go against my level ups that I've done. For fuck's sake! This is really difficult to choose. I don't want to go with equality though, because that makes the dexterity scaling better, which I think doesn't make sense considering that most of the weapons that I have actually do scale with dexterity more so than with strength. So it's really a choice between either making it have fire damage or just rely on strength. Yeah, you know what? I think this might actually be the better choice. And I would like to see how good that works. But since I've never done an upgrade like this, I think I'm gonna go with it. There we go. And at least this way, I'm finally using a couple of these other upgrade items. Okay, now this is gonna be difficult. Where the fuck do I get a Greystone shard? I have no idea where to get that from. Okay, plus 36, plus 2. So the maximum upgrade here should be plus 5 now, though, right? technically, currently, it's the same scaling, but it'll eventually probably turn to B, I'd imagine. Because otherwise, what's the point?
Well done.
Wait, does he...
If it be a blood.
No. He doesn't actually sell that. Wait, what was it? Greystone, right? Shit.
Ooh.
This is quality, correct? Rudimentary, evenly increasing. Oh no, never mind. This is just the. Okay.
Don't you agree?
I have a feeling that somebody potentially sold that stuff. There is also the Crystal Lizard Cave somewhere in the tunnel, right? So I could potentially just go back there and see if I can grab a couple of those from there. That's another one of these things. They do allow you to acquire quite a number of items, but I feel like either there should be a way of exchanging different upgrade materials for others, or it should be easier to get there. It's the same kind of with the crow, right? It's quite annoying to go back there. Like if you want to test out what items you can trade and what they turn into, it's really annoying getting back there all the time. Like even if you're over leveling the enemies quite a bit, it's still annoying, and it takes like 2 minutes at least, right? So if you were to constantly go back and forth, it's, yeah. Definitely more annoying than it has to be, in my opinion. But yeah, let's deposit these. I'm probably not going to use them. Let's see. What do I need? This is Sharpstone, Clearstone, Greystone. These guys, right? Reinforced straight swords, axe hammers, and the like, used to craft weapons that rely on sheer strength to bludgeon foes. Weapons can be reinforced by greystones up to level 5. I only have one of the chunks, though. Why do I have... I feel like I have a lot more of the other options than this one. I didn't realize that was the case. Because, like, look at this. The Clearstone shards, I have way more of those. Well, fuck. I don't even know where to get these from.
You have a heart of...
I mean, I might know, but... Let's see. There's definitely a way to get these to drop here, I'm pretty sure. But... Okay, in order to get to the Crystal Lizard Cave, I could use this point, right? I'm thinking if there was an easy way to get somewhere via the underground temple, but I don't think there is, actually, because you'd have to go back through all the different tunnels. Yeah, I think this is the better choice in this particular case. Because I want to go to, I want to see whether or not the merchant at the lava lake potentially sells these. I don't think he does, honestly. If I remember this correctly, I think he just sold the, Oh, there we go. A couple of Clearstone shots. I would have to kill the guys that have the, what's it called? The little sacks on them, right? Oh, thank you. I actually didn't think that it was so much easier to kill them now. Still somewhat quickly running out of stamina. Spider stone shot. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, hello. When multiple of them hit you at once, it's actually... Of course. In hell. Oh wait, that's also the... I thought this was the good grass. They have a lot of poise. Nope. Oh, for fuck's sake. This was kind of unnecessary, but sure. I don't fully understand why there's sometimes... Why it sometimes seem to break their poise and sometimes not. Oh well. The biggest problem is I really don't remember what the fastest way was to both the Crystal Lizard Cave and also the whatchamacallit. The way through the tunnels that leads me to the merchant. Oh, hi. Right. Completely forgot about this guy. Huh. Kind of wasting a bunch of healing items here, but... yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really not properly remembering what the best path would be. But I feel like they... I feel like the way to acquire more of the same upgrade items and whatnot is a little bit more tedious than it needs to be. Let's put it that way. Clear stone and sharp stone. Okay, I think that's the Crystal Lizard Cave, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, really? White stone chunk. Why are they so annoying to hit? Like, seriously. Oh, they're all gone already. And I don't think I got a single... Clear stone, yeah. I don't got a single greystone shard. Suspect they might not be dropping them then? I mean, the other chance would be the guys with their like burlap sacks, right? Let's see. That's that. This should lead to the lava lake cave. Oh. Fucking hell. I thought I remembered a guy standing behind the, yeah. Clearly it was something else. Sharpstone. They're not even dropping the greystone stuff. They're not the ones with the burlap sacks, though. So, let's see. Somewhere here I encountered patches originally. I think it was here. Let's see, is there a way to quickly get to that merchant? I don't want to like fall down into the lava. This is such a weird way of getting down here.
Oh, hello.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Yeah. I think these are the like the next one up, right? Clearstone dragon. He sells dragonstone? Okay. Large, sharp, crystallized white ore. Quality weapons. Yeah. These seem to be able to get them quite easily.
Oh, come back.
Well, this was an unnecessary trip then. Shit. Okay. Clearstone. Are you serious? Is there no other way to get back from here? There is another cave down there, but... See, this is why I didn't want to go here, because it's so incredibly annoying to just get back out of the level. That's all I want to do. I guess I should have purchased another one of the, Archstone thingy-madoos. Yeah, my biggest issue at this point really just is that I have absolutely no freaking idea who potentially dropped the Greystone stuff. And considering that I didn't really have that many of them to begin with, it feels like maybe either they're quite rare or they aren't really... I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is there any way to get past you, or do I have to kill you? Are you fucking serious? How can I still be this, like, weak against them? And I still don't really get what they were thinking with them, because, like, what's the point? What's the point of making them so strong? Or have so much HP. I don't really... Oh. You move forwards. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't really understand why. I don't really get what the point of these is. It's not like they're, you know, particularly dangerous. This was annoying enough when it came the first time. Wait, that's where it just came from, right? So don't really want to go back there. One of these paths, I think, should lead back to the beginning. Okay, that's the... I still don't know how to grab the items in the lava lake, by the way. Or rather, I never tried, so... Oh, for... Now I'm completely confused. That's where it just ran past. Was it past this guy then? Can you please, like... Oh man, let me paused. Sometimes they like turn awkwardly. It makes it possible to run faster than that. Guess not this time. I mean, you can lure him out, right? Which makes the whole task even weirder, to be honest. Come here. Please don't tell me he's stuck now. Hey. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what? Yes. This is getting ridiculous. Sadly, that was the last one, so I need to grab another one at some point. Whatever I have. I think, what are they? Like 5k souls or something? Well.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
I think the mines are pretty much the only place where you could potentially even get these items, correct? Okay, last try though. Or, well. Let's go the other way around instead of through the tunnels. Let's see if I can maybe find a couple of the guys that were carrying around the burlap sacks. And because they also always dropped a bunch of upgrade items. I just don't remember. Well, the biggest issue would be that no matter what I do, I can never be quite sure whether or not what they drop is... Because it could be... well, not could be, but it's probably random, right? So I don't know how much of a chance there would be that they're actually dropping whatever I need. The problem is that once again, I'm putting myself in a position where it's probably going to be really, really annoying to get back to the Archstone. And I don't even really remember. Well, I do remember the location of at least one of them. I'm just... I don't know. I'm really not the biggest fan of all the backtracking that I need to do for something that is potentially not even really gonna help me all that much. Okay. They don't have them. It might have been a better idea to start off the level... Oh, I completely forgot about those items too. Should I try grabbing them? How do we even... I don't even remember how I would go... Oh, wait, this way, right? And then to the left? I think that's it. I did remember him. Hello. That's not nice. Okay, wait a second. Oh. Oopsie. Okay. There might also be an issue in that I'm not entirely sure if they even... for fuck's sake. If they even would have the chance of dropping more stuff. Because now that I think about it, there might have been one of them in here, so... Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Why is the first one... What the hell? Why is the first one... like, losing his poise, but the second one is not? Oh. He is, though. Yeah, I don't know. Something about this makes me feel as if, Sprint, okay. As if I'm not really going to be able to find anything here. Ooh, holy shit. I did not actually think that would work. Well... Hey, great club. Great club. At least I got something out of it. Large wooden club that is fortified with iron spikes. Among the larger weapons which knock enemies back, this one is made of wood, making it relatively lightweight and easy to handle. Looks incredibly, what's the word? Brutal. Okay. Wait, isn't this? Ah, there we go. Yeah. I was gonna say, at this point here... yeah. I'm pretty sure that the guys that originally had the burlap sacks and dropped a bunch of the upgrade items, they just lost them. I think you can only get them once, unfortunately. Yeah, that's... Of course. Oh. Well, I think that kind of ends my... What the? Since when are... What? I don't remember these guys being here. Also, I kind of expected to get hit by one of the rocks, to be completely honest. I don't remember there being dogs here, or wolves. Huh. Interesting. Well, either way, I think that, well, either I would have to get incredibly lucky in the Crystal Lizard Cave, which I guess is... I could just try that once more, but I feel like the Crystal Lizards aren't really gonna drop that. Or they aren't really gonna drop what I need them to drop. I don't know how they work specifically, right? Maybe, let me see. If I put on the Providential Ring, just to make my chances higher of finding... If it does count as rarer items, right? Then maybe this way I'd have a bigger chance of finding, like, rare stuff. At least it's really easy to get back to that cave. Problem being that it's very, very difficult to hit most of them at once, right? Wait. I always forget about this guy. And then he's suddenly laughing at me. So technically, this is also a way to grab more healing items then, I guess. But I don't know. Do I really want to go through this process? Like, I don't know how many times that I would need to do it to not only get the stuff that I need to drop in the first place, but then also get enough to where I can fully upgrade that weapon. Because, like, getting it to +3 is one thing, but I would have to get the +5 upgrade for it to even be worth, like, changing to it, right? I think. Pretty sure. God, why are these so annoying to hit? Clear stone, hard stone, yeah. I don't know. Something about this seems to tell me that they're not gonna drop the stuff that I'm looking for. I wish I would have remembered. Seriously? Hit him! Fucking hell. God, these guys are annoying. Clear stone, hard stone, large hard stone. Wait, what the hell? Somehow I flung the corpse of the other one somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this Greystone stuff would be particularly rare, honestly. Are you honestly telling me that I somehow killed two, but only the loot of one of them actually remained? It's getting ridiculous, honestly. Okay, well, clearly there's no point to this. Like, even if they had a chance, like a slight chance to drop what I want, it would take ages to get it, right? Because the run back is also... If I were able to somehow kill, I don't know, 5, 6 of them at once per run, which I'm pretty sure there's probably a way to do that, but clearly I'm not capable of doing it. Or maybe well, I would probably have to look for another weapon to do it or something like that. The problem is, I feel like neither the Shrine of Storms nor the Valley of Defilement, I mean, I have been there, but I don't know. I honestly have a feeling that there wouldn't really be a way or a chance to get that other stuff dropped. But then I also don't think that there was any way of buying those. Oh well, I don't know. It is what it is. I have, you know, I have a good weapon. It's not like I particularly need it, but I would have liked to switch over to something else. It does feel a little bit, well, it does feel a little bit,
I have some precious new stuff.
Unfortunate that I'm just not able to change my weapon around and whatnot.
Good gear, huh?
Oh, he just... Okay, never mind then. I thought he specifically mentioned gear because last time I bought the Barbarian set off of him. But he just says that every time. Now I feel disappointed. I would have liked to upgrade the weapon, but without really knowing how to find that stuff. I don't want to... It also doesn't tell you, right? Yeah, no. I just don't want to run around and, I don't know, take hours and hours and hours just to potentially find a possible, like, weapon upgrade or something. I feel like that would be a pretty pretty dumb way to spend my time, to be entirely honest. Oh, wait. Never mind. Let's take those. At some point, I have to go back to the crow, I think, and test that stuff out with the rings, but...
You have a heart of gold.
It really is another one. Like, how long did that take? It was, what, 30 minutes of me just running around aimlessly, and I'm not one step closer to upgrading the weapon than I was before? If I were to do the same thing with a crow, it probably would take equally as long, and I still wouldn't really have any sort of idea if whether or not what I did there actually would help me, right? It is quite frustrating, not gonna lie. But there's no way to get that information either. And, well, I don't remember what the Greystone actually dropped from originally, right? I have a feeling it was from those sacks that the miners were carrying around, but apparently there's no way to get that back, right? So all the stuff they dropped once is just gone now, which is weird considering that the crystal lizards do respawn. Maybe there's a slight chance that they can drop it, but it seems like the drop chance of the Greystone stuff is quite low compared to the other things. So, yeah. It might drop from a specific crystal lizard somewhere. That could be another chance. So if I were to go back to the Shrine of Storms, like to the crow, or crows, there was one crystal lizard, but... I mean, I did kill it, right? It didn't... I don't think it dropped the Greystone stuff. This is all really... Biggest issue with it is that it's kind of pointless, right? Because I have gear. It's not like I need more gear. I could play through the game with the setup that I have quite well, I think. But it's just not that interesting having the same stuff the entire time. Well, whatever. Let's go here and take a look at what I assume to be the final boss of this area. So, let's see. One last look at this. Man, the lighting in here, I think that's mainly what makes the whole section so incredible to me, is... first, when you enter this for the first time, right, where you find the first Reaper, it has a little bit more green in it. And it has these, like, also the water running through it, or this magical lit up fluorescent water. And it bouncing back, like, on the walls and stuff, which it does here too. It's such a cool color choice. Looks incredible. And honestly, yeah, coming back to the topic of Elden Ring's catacombs, as cool as they look the first time around, with it being like all white and having these white flames in it, I think it's actually, it's an effect that only really looks good the first time. Afterwards, it feels very, very stale and empty, honestly, with how white they are. So I feel like, which was honestly something that I thought the first time I saw them, right? Is that I honestly thought to myself, oh, are they going to change? Because it did remind me a little bit of the Chalice dungeons. So I thought that maybe what they were going to do is they were going to sort of cycle through different colors to make them, you know, differentiate each other and make them feel a bit more unique, right? But since they all use the exact same level elements, or yeah, well, they're made out of the same elements, much like the Chalice dungeons and Bloodborne. But they all have the exact same color, right? They always look the exact same. Which I guess thematically makes sense, since they're supposed to be the same catacombs, more or less, or built by the same people, whatever. But yeah, I think it would have been a great idea to just mix it up with the colors from time to time, right? Make it seem as if the torches are just burning with different colors. Different colored fire. Wait, that's not one of the normal ones, right? It only has one eye in the middle? Ah. has the others on its back, though. Whoa. Okay. He's quite a bit larger than I thought he would be. Storm thing. Whoa. Is he doing something, though? These guys are. Oh, I can target them. Ooh. Hello, they actually die quite easily. Oh, the sound is so cool. Ooh, shit, okay. That's pretty annoying to target them, though. Because... Really? Alright. Come on. There we go. Ooh, that's a lot of souls. That's not the one I wanted to hit, though. Why are they dealing so much more damage than the other ones? Like the ones from the start of the level. Where's the big one, anyways? Okay. Once again, I'm slightly, I don't know, confused as to how this would work if you're not a ranged build. Okay, do you have to use arrows for this? Because... maybe? Oh boy. They're quite difficult to target, though. Which makes me wonder if they respawn? At least they give you a little bit of cover here. Yeah, I wonder if the big one's gonna come down once I get rid of the small ones? Ah. It's really difficult to lead your shots, though. Also, it just takes a long time to load your bow for some reason. I don't know, this isn't really working. I thought that maybe you could use the ruins to, like, I don't know, get a higher position or something? As always, one of these is lying around. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there a Chris Lizard here? Okay, maybe I'm gonna get lucky. Come here. Oh, oh shit, okay, that's the same stuff that always drops here, right? Oh, for a second I thought the stone was an NPC. Oh! Hello? Is that what I need? Let's see. Fuck, I want to read what it says. Am I, like, safe here? A legendary large sword with a barbed blade, named for one who quells all controlled storms. It is said that the ancestral Shadowman rent the very storm clouds from the sky with its might. Abandoned for an age, the sword is badly deteriorated, but what remains of this once mighty weapon is still enough to fend foes flying. To send foes flying. If wielded in the Forest of Monoliths, resting place of ancestral spirits, its power to rend the sky might just be reawoken. Alrighty. Ooh. Fuck! Okay, I did not expect that to happen. Okay. Wait, so I need to... How does it work, though? Oh, definitely hit one of them. Okay. Well, that didn't do much. They can still very easily attack you, though. And they're dealing a lot more damage than I would like them to. Seriously? Oh, yeah, that did hit, actually. Can I hit the big one, though? No. Okay. So I think I still somehow need to, like, lure him towards me, maybe? Oh! That was a lot of them at the same time. I don't even... Well, he's still just flying around in the sky, though. I almost feel bad for him. It also drains your entire stamina, it looks like, whenever... Oh, there we go. Is he coming down? Oh, of course. Oh, boy. Okay, somehow that did significantly less damage than what I thought it would. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Wait, are the small guys respawning? Ah. Can I just hit him multiple times? Okay, I can. Yeah, okay. This thing that makes things significantly easier. There we go. Let's heal up a bit. Ow! Oh, wait, I hit him. Really? Sounds as if there would... I don't know, sometimes it sounds as if he's respawning the little ones, but I don't think he is, actually. I feel like you do have to hit the little ones in order to, you know, make him appear, so to speak. Oh, God. Get another hit in. Problem is you can't really sprint after him. There we go, there we go. Let's heal up a bit. I don't really know what to do about his, like, the stuff that he summons in, though. I could potentially just use my shield, but I feel like it's gonna take away, you know, a lot of my... Okay. 67,000 souls. What the hell? That's a lot of souls. Okay. Okay. This was an awesome fight. Holy shit. Kind of glad that I found the sword, but I guess it makes sense that you try to look for stuff. Because at first I thought that maybe there was going to be some sort of, you know, trick to this place that you can, like, go further up and try to hit the stuff up close, but this makes more sense now. Because otherwise I think you wouldn't even really be able to... I mean, I did hit the small guys. I think you can do it in another way too. Like, I'm fairly certain that I could have potentially... Pure Cloudstone, Storm Demon Sword, looks pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that I could have been able to potentially kill both the little guys and the boss with either arrows and or magic. I think that's possible. I don't know about the boss, obviously, but the little guys certainly. I mean, they... Why can I not vault up here? The little guys I could hit with my magic. What the hell is this? Wait, what? Huh? Okay, this is weird. Is there no way to somehow getting up here? The best part about this fight, though, was definitely the sound design. With the big, like, rays flying over you, that sounds so awesome. Like, it has this rumbling bass to it, and wow. What an awesome fight. Absolutely exceptional sound design. Cloudstone, okay. I don't know what's up with the item there. I feel like there should be a way to get there quite easily, but... I mean... I can definitely see somebody maybe arguing that it's another gimmick fight, but it really isn't. Yes, sure, you can, you know, pick up the special sword, I guess, which... You know, the interesting part about this is that I guess, I wonder how immediately clear this would have been to me if I hadn't had the same thing happen in Elden Ring, for example, right? Because in Elden Ring, you get a special weapon when you fight the snake in Volcano Manor, right? And I think, isn't there a somewhat similar fight in... Was it Dark Souls 2? I want to say I did another fight like this, where you get a special weapon. It might have just been the one on Elden Ring, though. Either way, I wonder how well I would have picked up on this if I hadn't experienced a similar thing in Elden Ring already. The cool part about this is, though, actually fairly similar to the fight in Elden Ring, is that it doesn't really trivialize it, right? You still have to hit the small guys, you still have to play the fight, essentially. It just gives you a chance to hit the thing in a more, I guess, sensible manner, because... Well, I don't really know how because the big boss felt like he was still, even though when he was flying fairly low, he was still a bit further away than the small ones. I don't know, though. So I'm not entirely certain if I would have been able to hit the boss with either arrows or magic. Considering that I haven't really leveled magic, though, and that I haven't even unlocked the stronger spells and miracles and whatnot, I wonder if you had a magical character. Yeah, I have. How the fuck are you supposed to pick this up? This is strange. But yeah, I wonder if you're a character that is spec'd into magic quite a bit and deals a lot of damage with magical, like, ranged attacks and whatnot. I wonder if you could one-shot the smaller guys, for example, and potentially... Because the sword itself dealt, what, 150 damage something to the big boss? I feel like a very, very strong spell could achieve the same effect. It would just be about hitting the boss. I don't know. I didn't even try targeting the big thing, so maybe that would be the issue with spells. Actually kind of bummed. The one letdown with these kinds of fights is that you get an awesome looking weapon like this, and it's only really usable in this fight, correct? So it's a bit of a... It doesn't have any attribute requirements, yeah, which obviously makes sense. Legendary large sword with a barbed blade. The ancestral Shadowman rent the very storm clouds from the sky with its might. So they somehow control these beasts then. Huh. Abandoned for an age. The sword is badly deteriorated. It doesn't actually look like that, to be honest. It looks quite fine, honestly. But what remains of this once mighty weapon is still enough to send foes flying. If wielded in the forest of monoliths, which I suspect that's where we are, resting place of ancestral spirits, its power to rend the sky might just be reawoken. Not entirely sure what that's trying to tell me. Though maybe this big ray is... Maybe he got corrupted somehow? Because I'm thinking, like... They didn't really necessarily strike me as your typical evil demons, right? More like, yeah, some sort of ancestral spirit or ancestral being that resided here and has been here for God knows how long. Although, I guess that is a little bit of a theme that has been present throughout the game so far, is that while King Alond and so on, they try to, you know, reawaken the Old One, and they try to, I guess, get hold of demons to fight for them and stuff. It's never really explicitly stated that the demons just appeared, or that it somehow, yes, but more in a way that makes it seem as if, well, they've always been there. It's just that now they've kind of been set free, and they've potentially been, you know, influenced or altered to do things that otherwise they wouldn't have. I don't know. I don't know if you can really put it that way. I know too little about it to really, you know, make an educated guess, I think. But, you know, could be. Could be that this ray was always here, but, you know, since it didn't actually... Like, since everything else changed and the people that were potentially buried here or brought here were corrupted souls and, you know, broken up souls and demons, maybe that negatively influenced the whole thing. Although, I mean, it didn't even really do much. So I was... Which is why I said, like, in the middle of it, I kind of feel bad for striking them down, because out of all the things and bosses that we fought so far, I think this was almost the most peaceful one, right? For some reason, like, it was I don't know. I don't know. Storm King Demon. It looks awesome, right? The Garden of Monoliths. Perhaps this demon, a flying beast resembling a gigantic stingray, is a manifestation of the thoughts and feelings of the Shadowmen who worshipped it centuries ago. See, that's what I meant, or what I mean though. Isn't that kind of a weird description? So they worshipped it. Then how can it be a manifestation of their thoughts and feelings? It might have been influenced by them, but it's not gonna, like, it wasn't created by them, right? So I guess when you start thinking about what souls are and what they're supposed to represent, I guess you could say that, you know, through worship and through bringing their dead to this place, I guess this ray would have potentially sort of grabbed the souls of the deceased, almost like the souls were sort of offered to it. And obviously, you know, throughout hundreds of years, all those souls would have probably changed the beast more and more, right? And then as soon as people, you know, maybe at first it was just simply like a peaceful being, but yeah, the more corrupted the souls got, that it got fed, or that, you know, were being brought here, the more corrupted it got itself. Although, honestly, just looking at it, I don't even know if it was corrupted, to be entirely honest. Maybe the Shadowmen were to begin with. Although I failed to see why or how, because at least so far from what we could gather, they were just, I don't know, they worshipped the dead, maybe, but I guess that was about it. Maybe they were a bit resentful or something. I don't know. I can definitely see them being outcasts for handling dead people, right? I can see that being a thing. Well, either way, that means that we're done with the fourth Archstone. Which I guess brings us to the Depraved Chasm. Or, alternatively, I could try to continue this. Funnily enough, the last time I was here, they kind of kicked my ass. But... yeah. Well, now that I've gone through the other Archstones, I definitely think that I will just try to clear out the fifth one. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we can very safely say that it will be equally as long as the other ones. So 3 more bosses, I guess, in that area, with one sort of final thing at the end. I still wonder where that knight that I rescued a couple of times went. He just up and vanished. I mean, maybe we'll find him again in the last Archstone. But it is all a very weird thing.
You have your wits about. I can still.
What was the soul called? Storm Demon Soul. Such a cool image, right? Man, I cannot believe that I still have no way of turning those things into weapons. Ugh. It's gonna happen at the very end of the game, isn't it? Just like with Elden Ring, right? I always want to do like a New Game Plus playthrough of these games, but then... I don't know, I never really do it. Because I've already like played through it, right? It's... I don't know, I feel like... Well, Elden Ring's a bit of a different thing, because it gives you such a crazy amount of stuff that you can quite easily already, you know, try out just a bunch of different things in your first playthrough. But for most of the other games, I think that, sadly, they make it quite hard to test out everything you want to test out on your first playthrough. And they're kind of pushing you towards, hey, why not play New Game Plus, right? And try out all the great little things you've gotten in your first playthrough in the second one. But yeah, that's sadly not really sort of my cup of tea. Most of the time anyways. I mean, there are certainly games that I like, you know, so much that I've played them multiple times. But New Game Plus rarely is, or for the longest time, rarely has been something that I actively wanted to do. Yeah, but then again, maybe I'll look into it more at some point. Well, the thing is also that since I did get into the whole FromSoft games thing a bit later on, right, than most people, since I started with Bloodborne, for the longest time I've sort of had the other games still left to play. I mean, I still haven't played Dark Souls 3, as I mentioned earlier, so to me, it always feels like, well, why should I go into New Game Plus in a game if I can just start another one that I haven't played at all, right? Though, to be fair, I have played Bloodborne multiple times. That's the one game where I did enter New Game Plus, and I think I played through it like, well, technically twice all the way to the end, but a third time almost to the end, so yeah. I don't know, though. Maybe if I finally do play through Dark Souls 3 at some point, I'll go back and, you know, do New Game Plus runs of these games. I don't know.
Now see, then touch it.
And once again, I don't even really know what I should level up. Honestly, what did surprise me quite a bit was the amount of damage that the rays dealt to me. It felt like that was surprisingly a lot compared to the earlier enemies in the level. So I'm kind of inclined to go with 2 more points into Vitality. And then... At this point, maybe another point into Strength, because I'm really not sure... I'm really not sure if I'm ever really going to be able to use my Dexterity. And then, let's see, I can do one more. Oh, that was a bit too much. Ah, well. Let's actually do one more point into Endurance. It's not really going to help that much. It's one of those weird stats where I definitely don't have enough stamina compared to what I would like to have, right? But that being said, because of that, I would like to increase my stamina. But the amount I would have to increase it to be at a comfortable level is so far beyond what I think is feasible that... Because I think I would have to have about 40 endurance to be really, really comfortable in terms of like using my shield and whatnot. So, yeah. It's a bit of a weird one, honestly. Oh well. Let's do this for the time being. Soul level 67. That's another one of those interesting stats here. I think that, well... I mentioned earlier as well that I do think that the game is a bit shorter compared to most other games, even shorter than Bloodborne without the DLC. Which, honestly, the way the game's done and the fact that it was the first one, I don't mind that. I think its setup is varied enough because that's one of those things where, you know, Dark Souls 1 in particular for me was a big letdown towards its end, right? And so what's the point of introducing like large areas that are not fun to run through, that have a bunch of copy-pasted enemies in them, make very little sense from a sort of lore perspective, or from a, I guess, from a perspective of how they sort of align with each other, right? And what area leads to the next and so on and so forth. I was very disappointed actually in the end, or in the last third of Dark Souls 1. And so again, yeah, what's the point of having that if it's not really designed well, right? So I think what I like about Demon Souls a lot is that it feels very, very thought out and very finished. Part of that might be the remake. Obviously, I cannot say how maybe clunky or janky it would feel if, you know, the animations weren't as smooth, if the graphical fidelity, because, you know, the bits and pieces that I did pick up from Demon Souls back when it released, I mainly wasn't interested in it because it looked like absolute shit, right? It just looked like a pile of brown, well, shit. So, yeah. But in terms of its design, like when you look at it from a content perspective, right? What's in the game? How do these different levels, like what do these different levels give you in terms of challenge, enemy variety, item variety, you know, all those different factors? I think the game's really, really perfect, honestly. It's kind of exactly what you want. And it's also something that, at least for me, I know that people were complaining that Bloodborne, you know, was missing a bit of content in comparison to Dark Souls. Especially thinking about, well, Bloodborne's problem, I thought, was, you know, a bit of a lack of weapons at first, and the Chalice dungeons just not being as developed as I think they should have been. That being said, though, as somebody who started his FromSoft journey with Bloodborne, I never felt like the game was lacking anything. Like purely the single player aspect of it, right? Just a normal game was completely fine for me. Like I think my first playthrough took me about 60 hours, roughly around that. And there's a lot of games that you don't get that many hours out of. And I was quite satisfied with it. Like obviously now with the DLC added to it, I mean, it's perfect. I don't think there's anybody who's complaining about the amount of content that Bloodborne has with the DLC included, but yeah, I don't know. I never really thought that, you know, extending these games that much really helped. Again, that's definitely an issue that Elden Ring has, is that towards its end, it kind of overstays its welcome a little bit. At least in certain areas. I don't know. I honestly, I do have to say that Demon Souls, in terms of its setup, assuming again that the last Archstone is equal to the second, third, and fourth one, and also assuming that the first Archstone that I'm kind of at the end there too, I feel like that's pretty much perfect when it comes to length of this game. And the only complaint, again, that I would have in that regard is that it should be a bit easier to... Well, should it be easier to upgrade weapons? The main thing that I'm just missing is an ability to turn the Demon Souls into weapons, which I don't know at this point, honestly, if that's a thing, or if they're only for miracles and sorceries. And I just don't know where to get colorless Demon Souls from. That's sort of my main gripe currently. Other than that, it's yeah, it's a really, really round package. And to kind of bring that topic to a close, I think that would I like more sort of actual quest lines, more dialogue options? Always, right? That being said, I think keeping it a bit more of a mystery here in Demon Souls works fine. You get quite a bit of information about the Archstones, you get dialogue from NPCs and so on and so forth, and they don't even really introduce the concept of quests in this game, which I think works quite well, right? Sure, you can find a couple of NPCs, but what you're doing is essentially you're kind of expanding your ability to purchase more stuff from NPCs. That's all really what you're doing, right? You're grabbing a couple of NPCs, you're bringing them back to the Nexus, and the other NPCs that are here beforehand really only give you hints, oh, hey, you know, there is this cleric guy that you can find. And then you can find him, and all he really does is give you the ability to purchase more miracles, right? Which I think is a very simple setup that works very, very well with the sort of overall mysterious nature of the game and the fact that it doesn't really elaborate too much on these things, right? It doesn't really present you with an actual quest line. More so, it's just, oh, you know, yes, NPCs and dialogue are connected to it, but for most of it, it's not so much about that or about a particular story or quest line, but rather just, oh, you get a bunch more options, right, in terms of things that you can purchase and whatnot. And I've always felt like that once they started with proper quest lines in Dark Souls, those always felt a bit out of place for me, because there's only a few of them. Like if you were to compare the amount of quest lines in Bloodborne, right, or Dark Souls 1 with an actual RPG, it's a ridiculous comparison. Like absolutely ridiculous how low the quote-unquote quest count in FromSoft's games is, right? Even in Elden Ring, which is a gigantic game, you only get, what, I don't know, 15 NPCs, maybe? Something like that. So yeah, that honestly is ridiculous. A game like Elden Ring, if you really want to call it an RPG, should have like 100 quest lines or something like that, right? 100 quest lines, 100 NPCs. Then you would be on the level of, I don't know, Morrowind or Oblivion from like 2006. Now, granted, the gameplay is obviously a lot better and the world design is impeccable, so, you know, it's fine to have a bit of a trade-off there, but it's honestly, my point is just, why have NPC quest lines in the game at all if you're not really willing to commit to enough of them to where it feels, because they feel incredibly out of place, right? They feel not natural, and they don't feel as if they actually belong in those games, because there's so few of them that it feels very, very artificial. And like the developers just said, oh, well, we kind of wanted to make this area more interesting, so we're going to introduce an NPC, right? But it doesn't feel natural. When you come across an NPC that gives you a quest in, you know, either of the Elder Scrolls games or The Witcher, or I don't know, even something like maybe Red Dead Redemption, Fallout, whatever have you, right? That feels way more natural because, well, there is an entire society, essentially, of NPCs in those games, right? And all of them have dialogue and, you know, potential tasks for you or fears that you can help them with or whatever, right? So for me, at least, the NPC quest lines in FromSoft's games have always felt incredibly artificial and out of place. And so I like the approach here in Demon's Souls a lot more because they're exactly what they are. Just a way to exchange items, right? Or give you more spells or more power, more weapons, more upgrades, what have you, in a centralized location. Although I would love for them to be even more centralized. Either way, though, yeah, works a lot better than having these arbitrary quest lines that don't really tell you much most of the time and feel, yeah, quite out of place for the most part. But oh well. That's it for now. I think originally I planned to go a little bit longer than this, but I feel like this is a good way to end it because, well, first of all, I'm done with the Archstone now. So next time I'm going to tackle the last one, and I think, hopefully, I'm just going to be able to do the same as we did today, whereas I can just, you know, take a day and go through that Archstone, and then maybe afterwards we're going to do another stream to finish the game, which I assume, I mean, I don't really expect any like too big surprises. Obviously, depending, I mean, it might be that the last, I don't know, boss is incredibly difficult to deal with, and it might take me a couple of hours. I don't really think so, but you know, you never know. But yeah, it was incredibly fun today. I think that honestly, aside from Boletaria, which is obviously a really, really good level, I think that I like this level the most, the Shrine of Storms. Because Latria feels a bit disjointed. That sounds too harsh. I don't actually mean it that way, but Latria I thought was... Parts of the level feel a little bit too big, right? These connection bridges between the towers and the second part of the level felt sometimes a bit too long and like you were just running around, not actually fighting. And while the prison's really, really good, the last section of running up to the cathedral where the false idol is also has these really, really long extended walkways to them that kind of feel, you know, not that great. It's still an incredible level, don't get me wrong, right? We're still talking on a very, very high level here. It's just that in comparison, I think it wasn't as good. And the mines, while being a really, really cool level, and I did like a lot about them, and I think that the way they end, even though it was kind of awkward to figure out how the Dragon God works, it's still a very cool end to it, right? When you enter this, I don't know, it looks like the gates to hell. Very cool design. It's just that overall, I think a mine is... It's very, very difficult to present a mine like more than what it is, right? And I think they did a pretty good job at it, especially with the like lava worms and flies and whatnot, and big lava streams at the end. Fundamentally, it's still quote unquote just a mine. I think they did with it what they could. I think thematically it works well. It's presented very well. It looks cool, but it is still a mine, right? And it fits into the game very well, especially because you do get a lot of upgrade items from there. So it's kind of your go-to destination if you do want to find more upgrade items, which I also like that they kind of condensed that a little bit, right? And said that, well, if you want to farm those or buy those, then here's a location where you can get that. I think that's really cool. That being said, though, I think both thematically, but also in terms of how the level is built, the Shrine of Storms so far was my favorite. I'm excluding Boletaria a little bit here. First of all, because it's also an incredibly well-designed level, I think, but also because Boletaria does feel like it's sort of the quote-unquote main stage of the game, right? And the other Archstones are just an opportunity to not only learn more about the world, but also sort of increase your powers to ultimately be able to deal with the main threat in Boletaria, right? Which is why I don't really... I think the Boletaria level overall probably is the best one out of all of them, but yeah, it's also set up in a very different way, I think, compared to the other Archstones. And from the other ones so far, again, obviously we're still missing the last one, but I thought that the Shrine of Storms is really, really cool, mainly because it's a very enclosed area, right? It's only the this island, which fits very well with how the levels are presented to you, right? Both in the mine and in Latria, technically there would probably be a lot more sort of around it, which obviously you cannot access because it's not part of the level, but this idea of there being more around it that you just cannot get to simply because the game doesn't allow for it always diminishes a little bit how immersed you are in those, right? Whereas the stormy island really is just a stormy island, right? There's nothing beyond it, and you're pretty much able to roam around the entire island fairly freely, right? Which is, I think, a really, really cool feeling. It looks incredibly cool, like with the storms and everything. I like the whole part about being able to sort of cycle around the courtyard, right? To decide for yourself whether or not you want to engage with the big demon. I like the skeletons, even though I feel a bit weird that they can kind of stun lock you if you're shielding against them and run out of stamina. That part I thought was weird. Other than that, they're really cool in terms of their design. And then, yeah, this idea of entering the shrine and going down in the catacombs and then seeing how well designed they were, how cool the lighting was, and with the Reapers down there and the ghosts and whatnot, I thought that thematically that was definitely by far the strongest point of the game so far. So all in all, really, really cool. And while the bosses really weren't that challenging, less so compared to the mines, for example. I would say that the easiest bosses so far were definitely in Latria. Yeah. The mines, I thought, had the most difficult ones so far. Excluding, again, Boletaria. Although, well, the Penetrator is probably one of the more challenging ones, yeah. But in terms of boss design, I was a fan of it. I thought that the gimmicks they had, so the first one only being able to hit its head, the second one being blind and sort of blindly looking for you, and then the last one with the special weapon and sort of cutting through the storm. All three of them have really cool and unique ideas in them, I think. Obviously, stuff that could still be, like, you know, when you look at it from a perspective of today and boss design, you know, like more current boss design, I guess, from FromSoft's games, I definitely think that they all could have used like an additional phase, right? I think that's probably the biggest thing that's still missing from Demon's Souls, though that's absolutely nothing against the game. I think it's perfectly fine that the bosses don't really, you know, have phases as such. I think it's not necessary at all, interestingly enough. But if they had them, there's certainly still potential there, right? Where you could, for example, because I always expected, like the blind guy especially, I thought that at some point he would just rip off his, you know, what he was wearing around his head, and somehow his rage or something would magically give him at least enough sight to be able to chase me down, but that never happened, right? The fight didn't really change at all. I think he did gain the ability to do like one other attack or a bit of a quicker attack at some point, but that was about it. Yeah, but either way, three really, really cool and unique bosses, and I very much like that. But finally talked enough, I think. That's going to be it for today. I don't really know when I will be able to return to Demon's Souls, because there's a bunch of IRL stuff that I need to attend to, unfortunately. But seeing as it's Wednesday, so tomorrow, I really, really hope we'll be able to get back to the Omega Protocol. I felt bad kind of scrubbing the raid day yesterday. So I hope that we'll be able to do that. That being said, yeah, I might stream Demon's Souls again tomorrow. Don't know for how long, though. And then I might take a break and come back in the evening for Final Fantasy. Or alternatively, I'm only going to do Final Fantasy tomorrow and then stream Demon's Souls on Friday. Either or, I think. Yeah. But I hope that I'll be able to get through the last Archstone, and then maybe next week or Sunday, or we'll see. I'll be able to finish the game, and yeah, that would be awesome, because there's also a bunch of other stuff and upcoming stuff that I want to play. So you know, getting through Demon's Souls definitely currently a thing that I want to do. Either way, that's going to be it for today. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks again to Chaos Ghost for the raid earlier. Thanks for chatting. I hope to see you next time. And until then, I hope you have a great rest of your day, morning, evening, wherever you are. Bye-bye.